Shalom, Israel. Most High in Christ blessed. Once again, blessed Sabbath to you. My name is Brother Zerubbabel,
Name is Ezra Zelazar.
and we are with Children of Israel. Once again, want to welcome you guys back to another lesson on this channel. If you've been watching us, following our lessons, so far as what we do is focusing and concentrating on bringing out lessons of milk to the body of Israel. You've heard us say it over and over again, that what we see going on in Israel is people focusing too much on the meat. And that's why we're having so much controversy, so much turmoil, and so many things going on in the midst of the body of Israel. So we're going to be focusing on a topic today that, quite honestly, I don't think I've ever seen or heard anyone actually really touch up on. And I know it has to do with a lot of the stigmas that people get put on them in Israel for going outside of set what you call so-called One West doctrine, which the topic we're dealing with today most definitely will go outside of the realm of what would be considered particularly One West doctrine, I guess. But in reality, it is a topic that our forefathers actually delved into and actually dealt with when you read the scriptures. We're going to be going through a lesson that's titled Children Without the Use of Reason. And we're going to break down what reason is, what exactly this is talking about. But it should be quite clear to you based on what you see going on in Israel, both inside what we call the so-called truth, people that have woken up, that are a part of any kind of particular camp or group, but also among our people that are outside the so-called truth, that haven't woken up at this point, that are still caught up in other denominations of religions and things like that. We're going to show you through the precepts and through the use of the scriptures that our forefathers did delve into some of the other books, which is quite clear when you read the scriptures and you directly hear them quoting out of these books. So with that, again, the title of the lesson is called Children Without the Use of Reason. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get the definition of what reason is, because I know most of our people don't understand that. So give me a second to share my screen. What's going on? Oh, I know what it is. I was already still sharing, I believe, from when we were talking earlier. Give me a second. Yeah, there we go. We're still sharing. All right. That's what it is. Can you see that?
Yes.
Did it switch?
No.
No. All right. Let me stop. Present. Share screen. How about now?
Yes, that's a new one.
right? So we're going to get the definition of reason. It says a cause, explanation, or justification for an action or event. A cause, explanation, or justification for an action or event. Definition two, the power of the mind to think, understand, and form judgments by a process of logic, being when it's being used as a verb. Think, understand, and form judgments by a process of logic. It's got some similar words or synonyms. You got cause, grounds, ground, basis, rationale, motive. And one of the things you hear us say a lot of the time is that we as a nation of people, as a whole, we lack this. We lack reason. You hear different words being used in the scriptures, but especially among our young men, our young women, they lack the ability to make sound decisions, to take the time to think before they act. And you may have even heard me use the words last week during the lesson that Israel is very reactive instead of being proactive. We always wait until after an event or something happens, and then we want to try and come up with a solution when it's too late. You know what I mean? The situation or the event has already happened. We've got to learn how to use reason. We got to learn how to use our thought process and plan ahead so that some of these events and situations don't happen at all. All right. And it could be anything. And I'm not talking about any one particular event or situation. I'm just talking about in general. All right. Let's get the Merriam-Webster definitions. Can you see it?
Yeah. Yes, it came up.
All right. So reason. A few definitions. You got definition one, which is broken down into 1A, a statement offered an explanation or justification. 1B, a rational ground or motive. 1C, the thing that makes some fact intelligible. D, a sufficient ground of explanation or of logical defense. You can use some of those, but what we're going to be looking at is definition 2 mainly. So let's go to 2A. It says the power of comprehending, inferring, or thinking, especially in orderly, rational ways. Let me read it again. The power of comprehending, inferring, or thinking, especially in orderly, rational ways. Intelligence, in other words. Definition 2A2, proper exercise of the mind. You hear us talk about that all the time. We always quote Hebrews 12-14, that a lot of our people lack the ability to exercise their senses to discern between what's good and what's evil. Reason has a lot to do with it. And the majority of our people, they lack the ability to do it, to properly exercise their mind. 2A3 is sanity. You may have heard us talk about a couple of weeks ago about one of the brothers that, we just happened to, know of. We had, what do you want to call it, communication with a few times, left the same camp that I was with, and had to put out a statement that things that he started to say at this point, it started to make him sound like he's going insane. that he's losing his sanity, which, if you are unlearned in the scriptures, you have not properly exercised your senses in having properly digested the milk. Reading these scriptures could make a person go and say, up with, some of these cult leaders like David Koresh, Jim Jones, and so on. That could lead a whole congregation of people to commit suicide.
Your
So
internet
you
is
got to
going
be
in and
real
out.
careful when it comes to dealing with these scriptures. These scriptures are
Your internet is acting all weird.
I'm not able to see it. Is it slowing down?
No, your voice kind of goes in and
How
out.
about now? All right, hold on. Let me stop sharing.
It kind of skips a little bit.
How about now?
Yeah, there you go. Sounds better.
Is it still doing it? It's better. All right, it's probably from sharing the screen. I don't know why my computer's starting to slow down. Um, but what I was saying though is that a lot of our people, they lack the use of reason, and the scriptures themselves says that we are children without the use of reason. All right. So reading the definition again: the power of comprehending, inferring, or thinking, especially in orderly, rational ways. In other words, intelligence, proper exercise of the mind. Sanity, when it's used as an intransitive verb, to use the faculty of reason as to arrive at conclusions. Intransitive verb use, 2a, to talk with another so as to influence actions or opinions. As a transitive verb, to discover, formulate, or conclude by the use of reason, a carefully reasoned analysis. To persuade or influence by the use of reason. To justify or support with reasons. So all of these are valid definitions, but the ones that we're going to mainly stick with is intransitive verb 1a or 1, to use the faculty of reason so as to arrive at conclusions. All right. That's the main problem with our people, is they lack the ability to make sound decisions. And it could be in any situation. When it comes to something like drug use, you have a decision you can make. You can either pick up that needle and inject it into your body, whatever poison it is, heroin or whatever it is, or you can use reason, you can use logical thinking and come to a sound conclusion that, wait a second, there's a good chance that if I inject myself with this, I can have an overdose. I can end up catching some kind of disease from, it could be an unclean needle that I'm using. Anything. I can hit a vein and cause myself to bleed out. You know what I mean? Using rational thinking to come to a conclusion that is beneficial to your health, your life, your safety. So a rational person would come to the conclusion that, you know what, that's not worth the risk. I'm not going to do it. Unfortunately, in the case of a drug user, a drug addict, they've lost the ability because of the drugs to use reason. They've lost the ability to come to a reasonable conclusion because all they're thinking about is the feel good that the drug is going to give them. All right. It could be a situation of a person that's full of hatred and hate that may want to dish out a get back on someone. Maybe someone said something or did something to them that they didn't like, or it hurt their feelings, or, hurt their pride in some way. So now they are thinking in their mind that, they want to get them back in some way, whether it's through um, mental hurt, physical hurt, or even worse, even causing someone's death because they're upset and angry at this person. So they lack the ability to use reason, to come to a conclusion that is beneficial, both again to their health or to their life or their well-being, that they don't end up spending the rest of their lives in jail. Or worse yet, what if the person turns the table on them and end up murdering them? Or they come and, they commit the crime and they've got to come in contact with law enforcement. And in the midst of having to deal with law enforcement because of a lack of use of reason, they end up finding themselves end up getting hurt or, taken out by law enforcement. And you could go through a host of situations. You see it going on with a lot of our young men, when they're being shot down in the streets by the police. You've heard me say it before. Not every situation where the police have had to use force or one of our people has been due 100% to the officer just hating our people or just wanting to hurt one of our people. In many of the situations, it came down to the individual not having the proper use of reason, not being able to come to a reasonable conclusion that would keep them from harm from the law enforcement officers, where you would see them act out, argue, become rebellious, become physically rebellious, where they want to physically try and fight the officers, to where the use of force is, unfortunately needed and warranted for the officer's safety. All right. So what we need to do is we need to teach our people how, not only how, but what reason is and how to use it. Because the scripture says that we are children without the use of reason. In other words, we lack the faculties of reason in order to arrive at reasonable conclusions that are beneficial to us as a nation, number one, and as an individual. All right. And we've got to understand that was the very first thing that the Most High actually presented to the nation of Israel, that he presented to our people. He presented us with an option. And which is weird because you sometimes hear people argue about whether or not we have free will or not. Some people say we don't, but when I read the scriptures, it's crystal clear that we do have free will. He gave us the ability to make decisions about our well-being, not just as individuals, but also as a nation. And we're going to give you one of those situations. All right. But before we do, let's first grab Hebrews 5:12-14. As usual, open up with that.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe.
Read on.
I always forget 14. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
So those that by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. Having the ability to use reason, having the wherewithal to read the scriptures, understand the scriptures, and apply the scriptures, especially dealing with the milk, dealing with the basics. A lot of our people lack the ability, and we all know it's due, a lot of it, to the fact that from the time of slavery we have been taught a lot of lies about the scriptures. But even so, we as individuals still have to take responsibility for our decisions and for our actions. We as a nation of people have to take responsibility for our decisions and for our actions. Grab 1 Peter 2:2.
The book of First Peter, chapter 2 and verse 2. As newborn babes desire the sincere milk of the word, that ye may grow thereby.
So as newborn babes, we have to become as little children, as the scriptures continues to tell us. We've got to learn to humble ourselves. We've got to learn to get rid of certain attributes such as pride, anger, hatred towards one another, number one. And start to use reason, sound thinking, so that we could come to sound conclusions for the betterment of our people, for the betterment of our nation. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see the atrocities that are plaguing our people. Drug use, prostitution, gang banging, dying dying left and right, unjustifiably and justifiably. You know what I mean? If you decide you're going to go out there in the streets and gang bang and get caught up in all kinds of violence against others, you should expect that violence is going to come back on you. Should be expected. All right. So we're going to continue to see these atrocities plague our people if we don't teach them properly. And it's been going on from the very beginning. Let's go to the book of Deuteronomy chapter 30, and you're going to read verses 19 through 20.
Book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30 and verse 19. I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live.
So it sounds to me like he's given us free will, right? He gave us a choice. See, some people are teaching and claiming that there's no such thing as free will. That's an excuse to stay in sin, because you have the ability. He gave us the ability to make choices. If he didn't, we wouldn't be reading about it. He says, I call heaven and earth to record this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both thou and thy seed may live. He may be giving us a little nudge that, hey, you know what? The smart thing to do is choose life. Choose option one. You know what I mean? It's like, if you want to have a good life, you want to have good success, you guys want to live, you guys choose option A. Don't choose B. But he still steps back and says, but you know what? I'm going to sit back and see what you're going to do. Go ahead and read on.
That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him, for he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give to them.
So he's giving us that little nudge. He's like, look, I can't be any clearer. I'm telling you, I'm spoon feeding it to you. Choose life. Why? That thou mayest love the Lord thy God, and that thou mayest obey his voice, and that thou mayest cleave unto him. Why? For he is thy life and the length of thy days, that thou mayest dwell in the land which the Lord sware unto thy fathers. That was the stipulation. If we wanted to stay in Jerusalem, we wanted to stay in our land, which was promised to us and given to us by the Most High God, that there were certain stipulations that we had to keep. And because of our lack of use of reason, Israel always makes the wrong choice, which we're continuing to do today. Our forefathers made the wrong choices back then, and we as a people continue to make the wrong choices today. Going to give you another one. Let's go to Deuteronomy 11 and 26 through 28.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 11, and verse 26. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. A blessing if ye obey the commandment of the Lord your God, which I command you this day. And a curse if ye will not obey the commandment of the Lord your God, but turn aside out of the way which I commanded you this day, to go after other gods which ye have not known.
So again, that sounds to me like a choice. That sounds to me like someone has free will. They have the ability to make choices about the direction of their life. And that's what he gave us as a nation. He said, behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. You have two options. You could receive a blessing or you could receive the curse. And he even further explains it. Verse 27, a blessing if, again, that's if ye obey the commandments of the Lord your God, which I command you this day. And a curse if ye will not obey the commandments of the Lord your God. So that's a choice, right? That's free will. Having the ability to make choices, having the ability to use reason, having the ability to make sound decisions or wrong decisions. That's free will. To do what you want to do. And unfortunately, you can make a wrong choice. You can make a choice that is detrimental to yourself and to your nation of people. And we as a nation of people decided not to obey the commandments. And so what did we receive? We received the curses, obviously, because we are in captivity today. And a lot of our people don't realize that because they have not chosen to use reason. So he's given us a choice. We're going to give you another one. Let's go to the book of Joshua, chapter 24, verses 14 through 22.
The book of Joshua, chapter 24, and verse 14. Now therefore, fear the Lord and serve him in certainty and in truth.
In sincerity and in truth.
In sincerity and in truth. And put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood, and in Egypt, and serve ye the Lord.
So again, he's given us another choice. Is now therefore fear the Lord and serve him in sincerity and in truth. And put away the gods which your fathers served on the other side of the flood and in Egypt, and serve ye the Lord. So before Noah's days, before the flood, Our fathers back then got caught up in all kinds of idolatry. When our forefathers went into Egypt after the nation of Israel, which was come out of the 12 patriarchs, which came out of Jacob, which came out of Isaac, which came out of Abraham, that our forefathers, again, they got caught up in idolatry and started to go against the commandments of the Most High. But Joshua is giving us a choice again before we make those dreaded wrong decisions again. Again, the Most High is giving us another choice. Go ahead and read on.
And if it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you this day whom you will serve.
Choose you this day whom you will serve. If it seem evil unto you to serve the Lord, choose you this day whom you will serve. You better choose something, because you're going to be serving somebody or something. Go ahead.
Whether the gods which your fathers served that were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land ye dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord.
But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And that's, this is one of my favorite scriptures. And you've been here to my house. You see it. We got it on the wall.
Mm-hmm.
As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. You've got to make a choice. You better, you're either going to serve the Most High, or you're going to be serving Satan. You're going to be serving some other deity, or you're going to be serving man. We didn't want to serve the Most High, so he's got us serving man. And in the midst of us serving man, the men that we are serving got us serving Satan. So that tells us we made bad choices. We were children without the use of reason. That's why we've ended up in the situation that we're in right now. Go ahead and read on.
And the people answered and said, God forbid that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods.
See, there's Israel again, always using lip service. When it's convenient for them, they want to show how much they love the Most High. It says, and the people answered and said, God forbid that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods, not us. Go ahead.
So, for the Lord our God, he it is that brought us up and our fathers out of the land of Egypt.
So it says, for the Lord our God, he it is that brought us up and our fathers out of the land of Egypt. We are the children of those people that were brought up out of the land of Israel. Out of the land of Egypt. You Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. You are those people. You are their descendants. You just don't know it because it's never been taught to you. Go ahead.
From the house of bondage, and which did those great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the ways wherein we went, and among all the people through whom we passed.
And among all the people through whom we passed, read.
And the Lord drave out from before us all the people, even the Amorites which dwelt in the land. Therefore will we also serve the Lord, for he is our God.
Therefore will we also serve the Lord, for he is our God. See, back then, our people understood that the God of this Bible is their God. But it's now here in America, Babylon the Great, that our people have seemed to forgotten that the God of this Bible is their God, not the God of everyone. Unfortunately, here in Babylon the Great, we've been lied to and made to believe that the God of this Bible is the God of everybody, and he's not. Go ahead and read.
And Joshua said unto the people, you cannot serve the Lord, for he is an holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions nor your sins. If you forsake the Lord and serve strange gods, then he will turn and do you hurt and consume you after that he had done you good. And the people said unto Joshua, Nay, but we will serve the Lord. And Joshua said unto the people, You are witnesses against yourselves that ye have chosen you the Lord to serve him. And they said, We are witnesses.
So that sounds like free will to me. And Joshua said unto the people, You are witnesses against yourselves that ye have chosen you the Lord to serve him. And they said, We are witnesses. They agreed. Our people agreed that they had chosen the Lord, that they would serve him. So at that particular moment in time, our people made a right choice. But again, how long did it last? Not very long, because look at what we're going through today. Israel are children without the use of reason. Plain and simple. We lack the ability to make sound decisions. And that's just a fact, unfortunately, for our people. All right. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and 1 through 5. Our people lack discretion, which is, the same thing. Lack the ability, they lack reason, lack the ability to make good decisions. All right. Go ahead and read what you got when you got it.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 1 and verse 1. Love righteousness, ye that be judges of the earth. Think of the Lord, which is a good heart, and in simplicity.
Lord with a good heart.
Think of the Lord with a good heart, and in simplicity of heart seek him. For he will be found of them that tempt him not, and showeth himself unto such as do not distrust him. For forward talk separate from God, and his power when it is tried reproveth the unwise. For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter, nor dwell in the body that is subjected unto sin. For the Holy Spirit is this discipline, while
read that again.
For the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit, and remove from thoughts that are without understanding, and will not abide when unrighteousness cometh in.
So it's telling us, it says, love righteousness. We've been going through this precept a lot lately, it seems. It says, love righteousness, ye that be the judges of the earth. Think of the Lord with a good heart, and in simplicity of heart seek him. A lot of our people will not and cannot do it. The majority of our people have become accustomed and just grown very comfortable with going to church on Sunday, sitting there listening to a sermon, getting out of church, going to Sunday brunch or whatever it may be, go home, sit down and, turn on the TV, grab a beer out the refrigerator, whatever it is, and, kick it on Sunday or whatever it is that they might do. And then basically by the time they've gotten home, they've forgotten about church. They think they've done their civic duty. They think they've done, they've been righteous. They went to church on Sunday. And then from Monday through Saturday, their mind is only on work, school, sports, whatever other activities they may be involved in. Their mind is not on the Most High God whatsoever. But they think because they went to church on that Sunday that they did something holy. They did something worthy of getting the kingdom of heaven. And they're deceiving themselves. And you see that a lot in society today. People think that because they sit on Facebook all day and send out memes of Bible scriptures out to people that they're being holy, that they're showing they're being a good Christian, but you're not keeping no commandments. You're not keeping the law whatsoever. But that's the wool that's been pulled over the eyes of the people in today's times, that they think that they do these things, that they are showing themselves to be Christian-like or Christ-like. But when you read the scriptures, it's completely contrary to what people's actions are. You know, you hear people, you know, because they use the proper jargon. You know, they mention Christ all the time. Oh, God bless you. Oh, have a blessed day. Jesus loves you. You know what I mean? You hear these things come out of people's mouths all the time. They profess so much that they love God, that they love Christ, but they won't do anything that he says. And you see that a lot amongst Israel. And I mean Israel as a nation. The so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans will go sit in church all day long on Sunday, but will not do anything that this Bible says. It says, for he will be found of them that tempt him not, and showeth himself unto such as do not distrust him. Because the majority of our people are constantly still tempting him. You know what, Lord? You know, at least just show me a sign. Show me something. You hear people say that foolishness all the time, tempting him. Well, I'm not going to believe it unless you show me. You're showing that you distrust him, that you don't truly believe in him. It says, for froward thoughts separate from God, and his power when it is tried reproveth the unwise. Because the majority of our people are unwise when it comes to the scriptures. For into a malicious soul wisdom shall not enter, nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin. Wisdom is not going to deal with you. You're not going to be able to attain it if you're subject to sin. For the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit, and remove from thoughts that are without understanding, and will not abide when unrighteousness cometh in. So the Holy Spirit of discipline is not going to deal with you if you have thoughts that are without understanding, if you are carnally minded, if you are walking in the ways of the flesh, or walking in what is called the lust of the flesh. You are not going to be able to tend to wisdom. You are not going to be able to attain or have reason. All right, let's go to Sirach 17 and 5 through 21. Have these scriptures been showing up?
They did before.
All right, let me click.
Yeah, there it is.
All right. So we're going to Sirach 17 and 5 through 21.
Yeah, there it is. It was cool. It popped up from the bottom up.
All right.
5 to 21. The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 17 and verse 5. Says, they received the use of the 5 operations of the Lord, and in the 6th place he imparted them understanding, and in the 7th speech and interpreted of the cogitations thereof.
It says they received the use of the 5 operations of the Lord. It's talking about the Israelites, talking about people in general. Receive the use of the 5 operations of the Lord. And in the 6th place, he imparted to them understanding, and in the 7th, speech, and interpreter of the cogitations thereof. Read on.
Counsel, and a tongue, and eyes, ears, and a heart gave he them to understand. Withal, he filled them with the knowledge of understanding and showed them good and evil. He set his eyes upon their heart that he might show them the greatness of his works. He gave them the glory in his marvelous acts forever, that they might declare his works with understanding. And the elect shall praise his holy name.
And we know the elect is Israel. We've been lied to in the world to believe that the elect could be anyone. It's the Christian church. That's not true. Go ahead.
Besides this, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for an heritage.
Them that it's talking about is talking about Israel. Beside all these things, he gave them knowledge and the law of life for an heritage, because this Bible is our heritage. Read.
He made an everlasting covenant with them and showed them his judgments. Their eyes saw the majestic of his glory. Majesty. Their eyes saw the majesty of his glory, and their ears heard his glorious voice. And he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness, and gave every man commandment according to his neighbor.
Concerning his neighbor says, and he said unto them, beware of all unrighteousness. Gave us a warning. Beware of all unrighteousness. He gave every man commandment concerning his neighbor. He gave us the commandments to teach us how to deal with one another righteously. Go ahead.
Their ways are ever before him and shall not be hid from his eyes.
So you hear it all the time. You can't hide nothing from the Lord. Every action, every word you say is known to him. So no matter how much you try and hide your sins, no matter how much you try and hide your indiscretions, you're not going to be able to do it. You're not going to get away with it. Go ahead.
Every man from his youth is given to evil.
And this is very heavy right here. Every man from his youth is given to evil. Because you hear people say all the time, oh, they're just innocent kids.
Right.
They don't know. It's like, yes, they do. The scriptures tells us over and over and over again about the evil that is in the mind of a child. Over and over again. As it says here, every man from his youth is given to evil. Read.
Neither could they make to themselves fleshy hearts for stoning. For in the division of the nations of the whole earth, he set a ruler over every people, but Israel is the Lord's portion.
But Israel, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you are the Lord's portion. Read.
Whom being his firstborn, he nourished with discipline, and giving him light of his love, doth not forsake him.
So it says, whom being his firstborn, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you Israelites, he nourisheth you with discipline. And again, that's if you want to accept the Holy Spirit of discipline, because remember, it will flee deceit and it will remove from thoughts that are without understanding. So if in order for you to be nourished with with the discipline of the Most High, of the Holy Spirit, you've got to open yourself to it. Go ahead.
Therefore, all their works are as the sun before him, and his eyes are continually upon their ways.
So he's always got something or someone looking out for what we're doing. Can't hide nothing from the Most High, especially when it comes to Israel. Go ahead.
None of their unrighteous deeds are hid from him, but all of their sins are before the Lord. But the Lord, being gracious and knowing his workmanship, neither left nor forsook them, but spared them.
So he never forsook Israel. Contrary to what you've been taught in church, that God is no longer dealing with his people, the Israelites, that is a bold-faced lie. He has never completely thrown us away. And you can read about that in Romans 11. In fact, grab Romans 11 and 1.
The book of Romans, chapter 11 and verse 1. I say then, had God cast away his people? God forbid, for I am also an Israelite of the seed of Abraham of the tribe of Benjamin.
So the Most High has never forsaken his people. Read it one more time.
It says, I say then, had God cast away his people? God forbid, for
So
I
has God cast away his people? God forbid, meaning no. But for some reason, when you go to these Christian churches, you're being taught all the time that God cast away the Israelites. The Jews they broke the law. They broke the commandment. So now it's gone to the Gentiles. That's what you're taught in church. But Romans 11 completely contradicts what these pastors are teaching. He has not forsaken his people, and he's never forsaken his people. He's put us away for a time for us to get ourselves right, like he had always done. And he's doing it now. All right. So why are we in the situation that we're in? Why are we going through the things that we're going through here in America today? We as a people, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you Israelites. Why are you the last hired, first fired on the job? Why do you fill up the prison systems? Why are you the least educated among the people of the world? Got the worst education, the worst educational system, worst schools, worst books, worst equipment when it comes to classrooms and schools and things like that. Facilities are run down. But some of these other schools in these more prominent areas are constantly having new buildings built. Some of them look like college campuses now in the more well-to-do areas. Even the high school that I went to now, it's completely different from when I went there. They've got all kinds of new computer lab buildings built and science buildings built. It looks like a college campus now. Why are these things happening to our people? Because we are children without the use of reason. We lack the ability to make wise decisions. We lack discretion. We are reactive rather than being proactive in any given situation. And it's always to our detriment. Let's go to Proverbs 5 and 1 through 2.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 1. Give ear to my words, O Lord. Consider my meditation.
Go back again. Read Proverbs 5 and 1. 5 and 1.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 1. Hold on. The book of Proverbs, chapter 5 and verse 1. My son, attend unto my wisdom, and bow thine ear to my understanding, that thou mayest regard discretion, and that thy lips may keep knowledge.
So this is very clear. My son, attend unto my wisdom, and bow thine ear to my understanding. And that's one of the things that even a lot of leaders in the Israelite community are failing to do. They're failing to bow their ears to the understanding of the Most High. They're not attending to his wisdom. A lot of them are attending to the things of their own heart. They're bowing, the knees of their heart to all kinds of idolatrous practices. And the people in their congregations, eyes are shut and their ears are closed that they can't even see it. My son, attend unto my wisdom and bow thine ear to my understanding. Why is he telling us to do this? That thou mayest regard discretion. That thou mayest regard discretion. Again, let me get the definition of discretion. I'm not going to show it on the screen for whatever reason. Trying to share my screen is slowing down my computer. Uh-oh. Discretion. The quality of behaving or speaking in such a way as to avoid causing offense or revealing private information. Yeah, that's a good thing that we should do, but Israel lacks that. That's why we have so many dumb issues that arise, from social media. You see all these stories that pop up in the news and online about people getting, into fights, getting jumped, beat up, in some cases even losing their lives over something dumb that was said over social media because they didn't use discretion when it came to their speech or the things that they said. Discretion, the definition 2, the freedom to decide what should be done in a particular situation. Similar words: choice, option, judgment, preference, disposition, volition, pleasure, liking, wish, will. Again, sounds like free will to me. Inclination or desire. Having the ability to make wise decisions. Our people lack discretion. Our people are children without the use of reason. Let's go to the Book of Wisdom of Solomon. Again. And we're going to go to chapter 12. You're going to read verses 1 through 27.
The Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12 and verse 1. For thy incorruptible spirit is in all things. Therefore, chasten thou them by little and little that offend, and warnest them by putting them in remembrance wherein they have offended, that leaving their wickedness they may believe on thee, O Lord. For it was thy will to destroy by the hand of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy land, who thou hatest for doing most odious works of witchcraft and wicked sacrifices.
So he's telling us that the people that were dwelling in our land before he put us there, he hated them. Why is that? He said, for doing most odious works of witchcrafts and wicked sacrifices, which is the same reason why he hates the nation of Esau, the Edomites, in America, for that matter, and all of their other nations around the world, like Europe and, Germany and so on and so forth. Because of what? Their odious works of witchcrafts and wicked sacrifices. Read.
And also those merciless murderers of children and devourers of men's flesh and the feast of blood, with their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and the parents that kill with their own hands souls destitute of help, that the land which thou esteemest above all others might receive a worthy colony of God's children. Nevertheless, even those that thou sparest as men and didst send was uh, foreigners of thine
Forerunners.
host, forerunners of thine host, to destroy them by little and little. Not that thou was unable to bring the ungodly under the hand of the righteous in battle, or to destroy them at once with cruel beasts or with one rough word, but executed thy judgment upon them by little and little. Thou gavest them place of repentance, not being ignorant that they were a naughty generation, and that their malice was bred in them, and that their cogitation will never be charged,
That their cogitation would never be changed.
that it will never be changed, for it was a cursed seed from the beginning. Neither didst thou fear of any man give them pardon for those things wherein they sin. For who shall say, what hast thou done, or who shall withstand thy judgment, or who shall accuse thee for the nations that perish, whom thou hast made, or who shall come to stand against thee to be revenged for the unrighteous men? For neither is there any God but thou that careth for all, to whom thou mightest show that thy judgment is not unright. Neither shall king or tyrant be able to set his face against thee for any whom thou hast punished. For as much then as thou art righteous thyself, thou art darest all things righteously, thinking it not agreeable with thy power to condemn him that had not deceived the punishment. I mean, the
That have
punished,
not deserved to be punished.
that had not deserved to be punished. For thy power is the beginning of righteousness, and because thou art the Lord of all, make it thee to be gracious unto all. For when men will not believe that thou art of a full power, thou showest thy strength, and among them that know it, thou makest their boldness manifest. But thou, mastering thy power, it judges with equity and order us with great favor. For thou mayest use power when thou wilt. But by such words hast thou taught thy people that the just man should be merciful, and has made thy children to be of a good hope, that thou givest repentance for sins. For if thou didst punish the enemies of thy children, and condemn them to death with such deliberations, give them time and place whereby they might be delivered from their malice. Without great uh, circumception didst thou judge thy own son, unto whose father thou hast sworn, and made covenants of good promise. Therefore, whereas thou dost chasten us, thou scourgest our enemies 1,000 times more, to the intent that when he judge, we should carefully think of thy goodness, and
It
when
says
he
to the intent that when we judge, we should carefully think of thy goodness. Go ahead.
right, and when we ourselves are judged, we should look for mercy. Wherefore, whereas men have lived dis-
Dissolutely.
dissolutely and unrighteously, thou hast tormented them with their own abominations. For they went astray very far in the way of error, and held them for gods, which even among the beasts of their enemies were despised, being deceived as children of no understanding. Therefore, unto them, as to children without the use of reason,
Read that again.
therefore, unto them, as to children without the use of reason, thou didst send a judgment to mock them.
He says, therefore, unto them, as to children without the use of reason, thou didst send a judgment to mock them. And that's exactly what we are. We are children without the use of reason. Go ahead.
But they will not be reformed by that correction, wherein he delayed with them,
He
shall
dallied
feel,
with them.
dally with them, shall feel a judgment worthy of God. For look, for what things they grudge when they were punished, that is for them whom they thought to be God, now being punished in them, when they saw it, they acknowledged him to be the true God, whom before they denied to know, and therefore came extreme damnation upon them.
Therefore came extreme damnation upon them. But this is the problem with Israel, is that we are children without the use of reason. We lack the ability, we lack discretion, we lack the ability to make wise decisions, which he gave us. As it we read, he gave us the five operations of the Lord. He gave us the sixth, which was understanding. He gave us the seventh, which was speech. He gave us counsel. He gave us a tongue. He gave us eyes. He gave us ear. He gave us a heart. He filled us with knowledge and understanding. He showed us good and evil. We read about all of that. But yet, with all of this that he gave us, somehow the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans still lack discretion, lack the ability to reason. So with that, see, I hit it. It didn't come up, did it? Wisdom of Psalms 12 and 1 through 27. I don't know what's going on.
Hmm.
We're going to go into the book of Maccabees to further give script. I don't know, is that scriptorial? Is that a word? Scriptorial evidence of our forefathers reading these books, because they fall in line with what when you read the epistles of Paul, you can see that he read the book of Fourth Maccabees in his dealing with philosophy and reason. All right. So I know what's going to happen. There's going to be somebody that's going to pull Colossians 2 and 8 and be saying, dude, but you can grab Colossians 2 and 8 real quick.
Right.
I already know what's going to happen.
Yeah, way better if we just pull it up. The book of Colossians, chapter 2 and verse 8. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men, after the rudiment of the world, and not after Christ.
So I know somebody's going to try and pull it up, be like, you see, it says philosophy and vain deceit. Yeah, when that philosophy is going against the philosophical differences of the scriptures, yeah, you better beware. But that doesn't mean that our forefathers were ignorant as to the use of philosophy and reason and how it controls our thoughts, controls our emotions, controls our actions. All right. So you've got to get that through your mind. So we're going to go into the fourth book of Maccabees, because the fourth book of Maccabees deals directly with the use of reason. And that's why we just read, this was Wisdom of Solomon. Then we just read, it says that we are children without the use of reason. So if the scriptures didn't deal with reason, if it didn't deal with what we're about to read in Maccabees, it wouldn't be long. He wouldn't even mention it. Mm-hmm. So obviously our forefathers understood the power of reason within our people, and having control over our minds, control over our emotions, which control our actions. And because we lack this ability, we lack the use of reason, Israel finds itself in a very bad place right now. All right. So we're going to go to the fourth book of Maccabees. We're going to start in chapter 1. You say you got it, right?
Yeah.
You got it? All right. So we're going to start at verses 1 and 1. We're going to read all the way through 35. So some of you may not, actually, most of you probably don't have that book, the book of Fourth Maccabees. I happened to come across this book. This is the Bible that they actually use in seminary schools at Oxford College. You see how thick it is. Mm-hmm. So even though these Christians will sit there and tell you that these books are not canon, they're using a Bible in their seminary schools that actually has the Apocrypha and all of these other books in it. So if they're not canon, why are they taking the time to learn them, and read them? Why would they put them in their what do you call them? In their college books? You know what I mean? And it says it right there. New Oxford Annotated Bible with Apocrypha. Can you read it?
Yeah.
All right. So I was just telling you, I came across it. There's a Catholic church. They were having some kind of outside book sale, and I just so happened by and saw a bunch of old books that they had and bought a bunch of them. And learned some stuff from reading some of these books, that they're hiding. All right. And some of those books, I think they were just grabbing books out of their basement and didn't realize some of the books that they were putting out to sell. I don't think some of them they even meant to put out there. But we're going to go ahead and start with Fourth Maccabees and pay close attention. I'm going to stop him here and there to highlight some points, but really pay attention to what he's talking about. All right. So Fourth Maccabees 1 and 1. Go ahead.
The book of Fourth Maccabees, chapter 1 and verse 1. The subject that I am about to discuss is most philosophical. That is, whether pious reason is sovereign over the passions. So it is right.
Hold on, because yours may be copy may be a little bit different than mine. Because mine says whether devout reason is sovereign over the emotions.
Right, mine says passions.
All right. Yeah, I'll read it then, because it may be I don't want people to get confused. All right. So Fourth Maccabees 1 and 1, it says the subject that I'm about to discuss is most philosophical. That is, whether devout reason is sovereign over the emotions. Whether devout reason is sovereign over the emotions. So it is right for me to advise you to pay earnest attention to philosophy, for the subject is essential to everyone who is seeking knowledge. In addition, it includes the praise of the highest virtue. I mean, of course, rational judgment. So the scriptures tells us that our people lack rational judgment. All right. It says, verse 3, if then it is evident that reason rules over those emotions that hinder self-control. Let me read that again. If then it is evident that reason rules over those emotions that hinder self-control. Reason rules over those emotions that you have. And we've been talking about this for a little bit. When we were talking about, what was it, a few weeks ago, we did the lesson on temptation. Having the ability to control your urges. That's reason. Having the ability to control your emotions, your urges. You see, all this falls hand in hand. All these lessons we've been doing over the past month. But it says again, if then it is evident that reason rules over those emotions that hinder self-control, namely gluttony and lust. It is also clear that it masters the emotions that hinder one from justice, such as malice, and those that stand in the way of courage, namely anger, fear, and pain. So reason deals with all of these things, whether it's for the good or it's for the worse. It says, verse 5, some might perhaps ask, if reason rules the emotions, why is it not sovereign over forgetfulness and ignorance? Their attempt at argument is ridiculous. Verse 6, for reason does not rule its own emotions. Let me read that again. For reason does not rule its own emotions, but those that are opposed to justice, courage, and self-control. And it is not for the purpose of destroying them, but so that one may not give way to them. Let me read that again. And it is not for the purpose of destroying them, but so that one may not give way to them. It says, I could prove to you from many and various examples that reason is dominant over the emotions. But I can demonstrate it best from the noble bravery of those who died for the sake of virtue, Eleazar and the 7 brothers and their mother. If you've read the book of Maccabees, you've read about the brothers and the mother and their deaths. Verse 9, all of these, by despising sufferings that bring death, demonstrated that reason controls the emotions. Read it again. All of these, by despising sufferings that bring death, demonstrated that reason controls the emotions. You hear brothers say it all the time, man, the brothers are emotional. You see it all the time. Some of our young men, someone may try to bring correction to them in the slightest bit, and they have no control over their emotions. They're quick to argue, quick to lash out, quick to become rebellious. That is because they've never been taught the use of reason. They've never been taught how to control their emotions. Verse 10, it says, on this anniversary, it is fitting for me to praise for their virtues those who with their mother died for the sake of nobility and goodness. But I would also call them blessed for the honor in which they are held. All people, even their torturers, marveled at their courage and endurance, and they became the cause of the downfall of tyranny over their nation. By their endurance, they conquered the tyrant, and thus their native land was purified through them. Verse 12, I shall shortly have an opportunity to speak of this, but as my custom is, I shall begin by stating my main principle, and then I shall turn to their story, giving glory to the all-wise God. So later on, it's going to repeat the story of the mother and the brothers that were being forced to try and, they're trying to force them and actually in some ways trick them into eating swine, and they refused to do it and faced death. All right. Verse 13, it says, our inquiry accordingly is whether reason is sovereign over the emotions. In other words, does reason control the emotions? Does reason rule the emotions? We shall decide just what reason is and what emotion is. So as we read through, it's gonna, show, and for you to be able to decide what reason is and what emotion is. It says how many kinds of emotions there are and whether reason rules over all of these. So it's going to go through and show all the different types of emotions that people display or that people have within them. And in the end, going to determine whether or not reason rules over these emotions. Verse 15 says, now reason is the mind that with sound logic prefers the life of wisdom. You hear us talk about wisdom all the time. We go through precepts in the book of Wisdom of Solomon all the time. We bring you precepts out of the book of Proverbs all the time. We bring you precepts out of the book of Psalms all the time. Song of Solomon. All of these books of wisdom. Let me read that again. Now, reason is the mind that with sound logic prefers the life of wisdom. I prefer the life of wisdom. What about you? I'm talking to you, Ezra. I prefer the life of wisdom.
Yes.
Some of our people choose to prefer the life of being a fool, which we somewhat touched on last week. Verse 16, wisdom next is the knowledge of divine and human matters and the causes of these. This, in turn, is education in the law, by which we learn divine matters reverently in human affairs to our advantage. Now, the kinds of wisdom are rational judgment, justice, courage, and self-control. Rational judgment is supreme over all of these, since by means of it, reason rules over the emotions. The two most comprehensive types of the emotions are pleasure and pain, and each of these is by nature concerned with both body and soul. So that goes back again what I was talking about earlier when I gave the situation or the example of the drug addict. A person normally would have the ability to use reason, but a drug addict, on the other hand, because of the use of drugs, because of the power of those drugs over the mind, over their brain, that it gives the emotion, that gives the mind a false sense of pleasure, that the mind can't comprehend the pain that's going to come afterwards. But it's saying that those are the two most comprehensive types of emotions, are pleasure and pain. You're going to have to deal with one or the other. You're going to either deal with pleasure, or you're going to deal with pain. As it says, in each of these is by nature concerned with body and soul. Verse 21, it says, the emotions of both pleasure and pain have many consequences. You see, that's why we have to teach people as children, so that when they get older, they will not go away from the lessons that they've learned. When we teach them about the use of reason, we teach them about their emotions, teach them about how to deal with both the emotion of pleasure and the emotions of pain, because it says both have many consequences. There's consequences with dealing with pleasure, whether it's pleasure of alcohol abuse, drug abuse, sex abuse, whatever other kind of abuses that you can think of that brings pleasure to a person. Alcohol abuse can tear up a family. It can tear up or mess with relationships at work. It could cause a person to in the workplace start to slack off. So then they will have consequences at work. Maybe they stop showing up to work on time. Maybe they calling in to sick too much. Maybe they stop showing up altogether. And the consequences of that, the domino effect of it, Stop showing up to work. You lose your job. Now you can't take care of your family. Now you are risking putting your family on the streets. Now you're risking losing. Maybe your wife might want to leave because now she's seeing the change in you, and she's like, you know what? This isn't the person I married. I thought the man that I married was stronger than this. But you seem like you've given up. All you're doing is drinking. You're hitting the bottle. It says the emotions of both pleasure and pain have many consequences. Now you've lost your wife and she's taking the kids. Now you've lost your kids. Now your kids may grow up without a dad in the home, which is going to have, the domino effect may continue.
Mm-hmm.
So there are many consequences to it. The same with a drug user, or again, somebody that has a sexual addiction that, they're just dealing with a bunch of different women, and they end up having a bunch of different baby mamas, or a lady that has a bunch of different baby daddies. That's got many consequences to it, all because you didn't know how to control your emotions and deal with the emotion of pleasure. You wanted to give in to your pleasures, and to your detriment. And the same could come down to pain. A person not being able to deal with pain. Someone may say something to you that causes pain in your heart. They may do something to you that causes you pain. And because you don't know how to deal with your emotions, now you want to lash out and you want to get revenge. And you lash out, or you respond in a way that's detrimental to you, that could cause you to end up locked up, that could cause you to lose your life, lose your livelihood. All right. Verse 22, it says, thus desire precedes pleasure and delight follows it. So again, it's that thing of giving into our desires, giving into our urges, something we talked about in previous lessons over the past few weeks. Desire precedes pleasure and delight follows it. Again, that goes back to things such as alcohol abuse, drug abuse, sexual abuse, or sex addictions. There are all kinds of addictions. Some of our people have addictions to food. They find food pleasurable. And what could happen when you desire, too much food? Some of our people don't look at the consequences of it. That you could, have high blood pressure, hypertension that comes from having a bad diet, obesity, anorexia. So you could go from one end to the other. All of these things plague our people in some way or another. Why? Because they give into their desires. And as it says, your desire precedes pleasure and delight follows it. All right. Verse 23, it says, fear precedes pain and sorrow comes after. Fear precedes pain and sorrow comes after. A lot of our people have the spirit of fear upon them, which we're not supposed to have as Israelites. We're not supposed to have the spirit of fear upon us, but a lot of our people do. And that could be a fear of failure, a fear of loss, whether it's a fear of loss of a loved one through divorce, or fear of a loss of a loved one through death in the family, the fear of loss of a job, a loss of having the ability to take care of one's family, the fear of loss of friends, the fear of loss of your, what's the word I'm looking for? Your reputation. All right. So there are a lot of things that, people fear that precedes pain and sorrow comes after. Verse 24, anger, as a person will see by reflecting on this experience, is an emotion embracing pleasure and pain. In pleasure, there exists even a malevolent, uh, a malevolent, malevolent, malevolent tendency, which is the most complex of all the emotions. Hard time getting it out. It's one of them tongue twisters. Malevolent tendency, which is the most complex of all the emotions. 26. In the soul, it is boastfulness, covetousness, thirst for honor, rivalry, and malice. In the body, indiscriminate eating, gluttony, and solitary gormandizing. Just as pleasure and pain are two plants growing from the body and the soul, so there are many offshoots of these plants, each of which the master cultivator, reason, weeds and prunes, and ties up and waters and thoroughly irrigates, and so tames the jungle of habits and emotions. You see, when you read these things, it takes you back to some of the sayings of Christ, some of the precepts that you read about in Paul's writings, that you see that they were using reason. They were using some of these precepts that you're reading about here in 4th Maccabees. When it comes to the comparison of plants and people, the comparison of trees and the growth of a person, and the growth of a person's roots, what a person sows. When you read these things and you read what we're reading right here in Maccabees, it becomes clear that, oh man, our forefathers did read these books too. Again, verse 29, each of which the master cultivator reason, weeds and prunes and ties up and waters and thoroughly irrigates, and so tames the jungle of habits and emotions. For reason is the guide of the virtues, but over the emotions it is sovereign. Observe, first of all, that rational judgment is sovereign over the emotions by virtue of the restraining power of self-control. Let me read that again. Observe now, first of all, that rational judgment is sovereign over the emotions by virtue of the restraining power of self-control. Self-control, then, is dominance over the desires. That's what self-control is. Self-control is dominance over the desires. And a lot of our people lack self-control. Our people lack rational judgment, which all comes back to what? The use of reason. Verse 32, some desires are mental, others are physical. And reason obviously rules over both. And you've heard us talk about this before. Verse 33, otherwise, how is it that when we are attracted to forbidden foods, we abstain from the pleasure to be had from them? Is it not because reason is able to rule over appetites? I, for one, think so. So he's telling us, when it comes to you desiring that food that you shouldn't eat, and you're able to withstand that desire, it's reason that gives you the ability to do it. You want to eat that ice cream. You want to eat that cake or that cupcake. You want to eat those cookies. You want to eat that candy. And you know that they're bad for your health. Somebody's offering it to you and you're turning it down, saying, no, 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 that's all right. No, I can't eat that. It's bad for me. It's not good for me. He's telling you that's reason. All right. Verse 34, therefore, when we crave seafood and fowl and animals and all sorts of foods that are forbidden to us by the law, we abstain because of domination by reason. So when somebody's trying to tempt you to eat that pork, they're trying to tempt you to eat, those different types of foods that we know that are forbidden by the law. He's saying we abstain because of domination by reason. Having the ability to use reason is why we don't give in to those urges to eat those foods that we know are forbidden by the law. Christians, on the other hand, lack the use of reason. They lack the ability because they don't even believe in the law, because they've been told that that law has been done away with, that under Christ we could eat anything, which is not true. We know that.
Right.
But our brothers and sisters that are caught up in these churches don't understand that, because they've been taught in these churches that the law is done away with. Verse 34 or 35 actually says, for the emotions of the appetites are restrained, checked by the temperate mind, and all the impulses of the body are bridled by reason. Don't we read all the time in the scriptures that we're told to be temperate?
Right.
Which goes back again to show that when you read the epistles of Paul, it's obvious that he read the fourth book of Maccabees, because he's quoting it all throughout his epistles. You don't realize it because you haven't read the fourth book of Maccabees. And even Christ, for that matter, Christ quoted, made quotes obviously out of the book of Isaiah. He quoted the prophets. He made quotes out of the books of the Apocrypha. And Maccabees is one of those books, many of those books. And it's obvious that Christ read Maccabees because he kept the Feast of Dedication, which you read about in the book of Maccabees. All right, we're going to go to the book of 4th Maccabees chapter 2 now. So there's going to be a lot of reading. We're going to be doing a lot of reading out of the book of 4th Maccabees. So sit tight, be patient, get some notes and write them down. And if you get a chance to order yourself an Apocrypha that's got the 3rd and 4th book of Maccabees, I would order it after the Sabbath is over. All right. The book of 4th Maccabees, chapter 2 and verse 1. It reads, and why is it amazing that the desires of the mind for the enjoyment of beauty are rendered powerless? It is for this reason, certainly, that the temperate Joseph is praised, because by mental effort, he overcame sexual desire. It's going back to talking about, remember when the Pharaoh's wife was trying to make a pass at Joseph, and he was able to resist it. And he's telling us he was able to overcome the sexual desire because of reason. Verse 3, it says, for when he was young and in his prime for intercourse, by his reason he nullified the frenzy of the passions. Not only is reason proved to rule over the frenzied urge of sexual desire, but also over every desire. Thus the law says, ye shall not covet your neighbor's wife or anything that is your neighbor's. In fact, since the law has told us not to covet, I could prove to you all the more that reason is able to control desires, Just so it is with the emotions that hinder one from justice. Verse 7. Otherwise, how could it be that someone who is habitually a solitary gourmandizer, a glutton, or even a drunkard can learn a better way unless reason is clearly lord of the emotions? So, how can somebody that's a drunkard, that's used to drinking alcohol, overcome alcoholism? Verse 8. Thus, as soon as one adopts a way of life in accordance with the law, isn't that what we try to tell people? When people say, well, how come you guys don't have no soup kitchens? How come you guys don't have no 10-step program or 12-step, program, or, to help people get off of alcohol abuse or drug abuse, or like, because we don't need those things. If you teach people the law and they keep it, that should be the change that people need. Repentance. Let me read this again. Verse 8. Thus, as soon as one adopts a way of life in accordance with the law, even though a lover of money, one is forced to act contrary to natural ways and to lend without interest to the needy and to cancel the debt when the 7th year arrives. If you follow the law, it will become second nature to you. He's telling even somebody that's a lover of money is going to understand that he's got to do what? He's got to do the things that's contrary to what his innate emotions will want him to do, to be tight-fisted with his money, to lend on interest. But the law says he can't do it. So even though he's thinking and, like, man, he's tempted, I want to earn that extra little bit of money for lending them, but I can't do it. The law says nope. Verse 9, if one is greedy, didn't I just say that? Right. Verse 9, if one is greedy, one is ruled by the law through reason, so that one neither gleans the harvest nor gathers the last grapes from the vineyard. Isn't that one of the attributes that we read about Esau? Mm-hmm. That, if he's a thief that goes in and starts to glean your grapes, he's not going to leave none. He's going to take every single one. But through the use of reason, if you're ruled by the law, you won't do it. In all other matters, we can recognize that reason rules the emotions. Verse 10, for the law prevails even over affection for parents, so that virtue is not abandoned for their sakes. It is superior to love for one's wife, so that one rebukes her when she breaks the law. It takes precedence over love for children, so that one punishes them for misdeeds. Because just because she's your wife, just because they're your kids, you can't have respect of persons, right? You've got to do what? You've got to rebuke them when they break the law. The children got to be punished for their misdeeds when they break the law. Verse 13 says, it is sovereign over the relationship of friends, so that one rebukes friends when they act wickedly. Isn't that something that we're commanded to do in the law? Not suffer our neighbor to be in sin, right? Not suffer sin upon them. It's the same thing. Let me read that again. Verse 13, it is sovereign over the relationship of friends, so that one rebukes friends when they act wickedly. Do not consider it paradoxical when reason through the law can prevail even over enmity. The fruit trees of the enemy are not cut down, but one preserves the property of enemies from marauders and helps raise up what has fallen. It is evident that reason rules even the more violent emotions. Let me read that again. It is evident that reason rules even the more violent emotions: lust for power, vainglory, boasting, arrogance, and malice. Don't we read about these things in the New Testament in Paul's writings?
Right.
The lust for power, vainglory, boasting, arrogance, and malice. We read about all this. Paul was getting this stuff from reading Maccabees. It's obvious that Paul read 4th Maccabees. When you go back and analyze Paul's writings and you read 4th Maccabees, you're like, wow. Okay, no wonder where Paul got all this knowledge from. It is evident that reason rules even the more violent emotions, lust for power, vainglory, boasting, arrogance, and malice. Verse 16, for the temperate mind repels all these malicious emotions. Didn't we read about earlier in one of the precepts that the Holy Spirit of discipline will not enter into a malicious mind or into a malicious person? It's all saying the same thing. For the temperate mind repels all these malicious emotions, just as it repels anger, for it is sovereign over even this. When Moses was angry with Dathan and Abiram, he did nothing against them in anger, but controlled his anger by reason. For as I have said, the temperate mind is able to get the better of the emotions, to correct some, and to render others powerless. See, our people lack the ability to control these emotions to where it causes them to act out. You see, he's telling us that when Moses was angry with them and he had to bring judgment, he didn't let his anger get the best of him. But today, how many of these so-called leaders of Israel really control their emotions when it comes down to handing out judgment? None of them that I've seen. When it comes down to handing out judgment to members in their congregations, I haven't seen any of them show that they can control their emotions, that they can use reason when it comes down to handing out justice. Not, not like Moses did. Verse 19, it says, why else did Jacob, our most wise father, censor the households of Simeon and Levi for their irrational slaughter of the entire tribe of the Shechemites, saying, cursed be their anger. For if reason could not control anger, he would not have spoken thus. So he's, in order to validate his points, he's going back and we do this when we teach. We always go back into the scriptures and go back into the history and use examples of our forefathers in their dealings, whatever the topic is that we may be talking about. We always go back into the past, into the history in the Old Testament, and show where our forefathers had to deal with these certain topics and how they overcame them or how they dealt with it. And he's doing the same thing. And this is how we should be teaching. Again, for if reason could not control anger, he would not have spoken thus. Verse 21, now when God fashioned human beings, he planted in them emotions and inclinations. Isn't that, we just read that in earlier. Mm-hmm. Verse 22, but at the same time, he enthroned the mind among the senses as a sacred governor over them all. To the mind he gave the law, and one who lives subject to this will rule a kingdom that is temperate, just, good, and courageous. How is it then, one might say, that if reason is master of the emotions, it does not control forgetfulness and ignorance? I'm very forgetful. Mm-hmm. I'm serious. I'm very forgetful. You see me do that all the time. I could be in the midst of teaching and talking something, and all of a sudden the word I'm about to say pops out of my head. I forget what word I'm about to use. I don't know, you know what I mean, what it is, but if it's old age kicking in or what have you, but for whatever reason, it you know, it happens. All right, let's go to Fourth Maccabees chapter 3, 3:1. Again, the scriptures told us that we are children without the use of reason. And the reason behind that is because we lack the ability to make decisions that are sound for us as we're reading in all of these different situations. When it comes to following the law, when it comes to the kinds of foods that we eat, when it comes to making sound decisions about adultery, about thievery, about being covetous, isn't he's covering all this stuff, right? He's covering basically the commandments. Why do we break the commandments? Because we lack the ability and lack the use of reason. Fourth Maccabees chapter 3:1, it says, but this argument is entirely ridiculous, for it is evident that reason rules not over its own emotions, but over those of the body. No one of us can eradicate that kind of desire, but reason can provide a way for us not to be enslaved by desire. And it goes again back to what we were bringing out when we brought out the lesson about temptation a few weeks ago, about giving into your urges. He's telling us none of us can completely eradicate our desires. Man, if we were able to do that, all of us would be perfect like Christ. But we can't do that. We don't have the ability to completely rid ourselves of our desires. Even Christ, that's what Christ was showing us, even when he was here on earth in the flesh, that he didn't have the ability to completely eradicate the desires that he had inside. Even he was tempted, but he sinned not. But reason can provide a way for us not to be enslaved by desire. No one of us can eradicate anger from the mind, but reason can help to deal with anger. We did a lesson about anger, was that the week before, right? Or was that last week? Well, we've been doing lessons lately dealing with these things, dealing with temptations, dealing with anger. And he's telling us no one of us can eradicate anger from the mind. None of us can completely get rid of anger. All of us get angry. Everyone gets angry at some point about something. But reason can help to deal with anger. A person, that's why the scriptures tell us to not deal with an angry man, because they lack reason. They don't know how to deal with their anger. You don't want to be around a person like that. It says, verse 4, no one of us can eradicate malice, but reason can fight at our side so that we are not overcome by malice. For reason does not uproot the emotions, but is their antagonist. So reason can't rid you of your emotions, but reason can be that antagonist. It could be that thing that gives you the ability to not give into your emotions. Verse 6, now this can be explained more clearly by the story of King David's thirst. David had been attacking the Philistines all day long, and together with the soldiers of his nations had killed many of them. Then when evening fell, he came sweating and quite exhausted to the royal tent around which the whole army of our ancestors had encamped. Now all the rest were at supper, but the king was extremely thirsty, and though springs were plentiful there, he could not satisfy his thirst from them. But a certain irrational desire for the water in the enemy's territory tormented and inflamed him, undid and consumed him. When his guards complained bitterly because of the king's craving, 2 staunch young soldiers, respecting the king's desire, armed themselves fully, and taking a pitcher, climbed over the enemy's ramparts Eluding the sentinels at the gates, they went searching throughout the enemy camp and found the spring, and from it boldly brought the king a drink. But David, though he was burning with thirst, considered it an altogether fearful danger to his soul to drink what was regarded as equivalent to blood. Therefore, opposing reason to desire, he poured out the drink as an offering to God. For the temperate mind can conquer the drives of the emotions and quench the flames of frenzied desires. So he didn't give in to his desires. He didn't give in to his urges. Most of us would have. It says it can overthrow bodily agonies even when they are extreme, and by nobility of reason spurn all domination by the emotions. The present occasion now invites us to a narrative demonstration of temperate reason. At a time when our ancestors were enjoying profound peace because of their observance of the law and were prospering, so that even Seleucus, Nicanor, king of Asia, had both appropriated money to them for the temple service and recognized their commonwealth. Just at that time, certain persons attempted a revolution against the public harmony and caused many and various disasters. All right. So when our people were observing the law, what would happen? Nobody could touch us.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The Most High was dealing with us. We had peace. Let me go. We're going to go to the book of 4th Maccabees. We're going to go to chapter 5. Give me a second. Just give me a second. Trying to get there. All right, let me do this. Trying to get this link to open. Just give me a second. All right, so we're going to go to 4th Maccabees chapter 5 and verse 1. And so it's going to go back into history and give examples of our forefathers having the use of reason or using reason. All right. And again, we've read the scripture. The scripture says that we are children without the use of reason. Our forefathers used it at certain times in our nation's history. But overall, especially today, we as a people, we lack it. We've got to get back to it. And how do we do it? Through the law. The book of 4th Maccabees chapter 5 verse 1 says, the tyrant Antiochus, sitting in state with his counselors on a certain high place and with his armed soldiers standing around him, ordered the guards to seize each and every Hebrew and to compel them to eat pork and food sacrificed to idols. If any were not willing to eat defiling food, they were to be broken on the wheel and killed. When many persons had been rounded up, one man, Eleazar by name, leader of the flock, was brought before the king. He was a man of priestly family, learned in the law, advanced in age, and known to many of the tyrant's court because of his long career. When Antiochus saw him, he said, before I begin to torture you, old man, I would advise you to save yourself by eating pork, for I respect your age and your gray hairs. Although you have had them for so long a time, it does not seem to me that you are a philosopher when you observe the religion of the Jews. When nature has granted it to us, why should you abhor eating the very excellent meat of this animal? It is senseless to not enjoy delicious things that are not shameful, and wrong to spurn the gifts of nature. It seems to me that you will do something even more senseless if, by holding a vain opinion concerning the truth, you continue to despise me to your own hurt. Verse 11. Will ye not awaken from your foolish philosophy, dispel the emptiness of your reasonings, adopt a mind of appropriate to your years, philosophize according to the truth of what is beneficial, and have compassion on your old age by honoring my humane advice. For consider this, if there is some power watching over this religion of yours, it will excuse you from any transgression that arises out of compulsion. So here he is, Antiochus is doing everything he can to try and persuade him to eat this pork, knowing that our law states, that we are not to eat swine. Eleazar is, he's standing fast, standing to his conviction. He's standing fast to the law. All right, we're going to go to verse 14. It says, when the tyrant urged him in this fashion to eat meat unlawfully, Eleazar asked to have a word. When he had received permission to speak, he began to address the people as follows. We, O Antiochus, who have been persuaded to govern our lives by the divine law, think that there is no compulsion more powerful than our obedience to the law. Therefore, we consider that we should not transgress it in any respect, even if, as you suppose, our law were not truly divine and we had wrongly held it to be divine. Not even so would it be right for us to invalidate our reputation for piety. Therefore, didn't I mention reputation a little bit ago too? That you may be worried about your reputation. Therefore, do not suppose that it would be a petty sin if we were to eat defiling food. To transgress the law in matters either small or great is of equal seriousness. Didn't Christ even say that? Even he that teaches you to break the least commandment shall be the least in the kingdom of heaven. It says, for in either case, the law is equally despised. Verse 22, you scoff at our philosophy as though living by it were irrational, but it teaches us self-control so that we master all pleasures and desires. And it also trains us in courage so that we endure any suffering willingly. It instructs us in justice so that in all our dealings we give what is due. And it teaches us piety so that with proper reverence we worship the only living God. Verse 25, therefore we do not eat defiling food, for since we believe that the law was established by God, we know that the creator of the world, in giving us the law, has shown sympathy toward us in accordance with nature. He has permitted us to eat what will be most suitable for our lives, but he has forbidden us to eat meats that would be contrary to this. It would be tyrannical for you to compel us not only to transgress the law, but also to eat in such a way that you may deride us for eating defiling foods, which are most hateful to us. But you shall have no such occasion to laugh at me, nor will I transgress the sacred oaths my ancestors concerning the keeping of the law. Not even you gouge out my eyes and burn my entrails. I am not so old and cowardly as to not be young in reason on behalf of piety. So he's basically telling there's nothing you can say, nothing you can do that's going to scare me, that's going to persuade me to give in. Verse 32, therefore get your torture wheels ready and fan the fire more vehemently. I do not so pity my old age as to overthrow the ancestral law by my own act. I will not play false to you, O law that trained me, nor will I renounce you, beloved self-control. I will not put you to shame, philosophical reason, nor will I reject you, honored priesthood and knowledge of the law. You, O king, shall not defile the honorable mouth of my old age, nor my long life live lawfully. My ancestors will receive me as pure, as one who does not fear your violence even to death. So our forefathers was bold. They didn't care what these Edomites put in front of us. They didn't care what they did. You're not going to persuade me to go against the law of my God. But today, in 2023, through the assassination of many of our leaders, our people have that spirit of fear upon them, and they're quick to want to defend the enemy. They're quick to want to defend the enemy's lies and doctrines of men. They're quick. Look at how fast our people are quick to go and light up a barbecue and cook some pork on 4th of July. Last week, on Memorial Day, how many of our people were lighting up barbecue grills along with the enemy and celebrating their holiday, eating pork, not realizing that our forefathers died to keep that law. Verse 38, it says, you will tyrannize the ungodly, but you shall not dominate my reasonings on behalf of piety, either by words or through deeds. So he was being strong. He was telling them straight, like, no, you're not going to get me to do this. We're going to go to 4th Maccabees chapter 6. You know what? Let me share this so you guys can go along with me. That'll probably be better. Let me share my screen again. All right. Let me know when you can see it.
There it is.
All right. So this is 4th Maccabees chapter 6. And you could either order it, online from somewhere, or you could go to Bible Gateway, just as I have right here. I've got the actual books, the book that I showed you guys. And you could also go and read it right here on Bible Gateway, and there's other sites you can go to pull up the 3rd and 4th books of Maccabees. All right, so we're going to the 4th book of Maccabees, chapter 6 and verse 1 now. It reads, when Eleazar in this manner had made eloquent response to the exhortations of the tyrant, the guards who were standing by dragged him violently to the instruments of torture. First, they stripped the old man, though he remained adorned with the gracefulness of his piety. After they had tied his arms behind him, they flogged him from both sides, while a herald who faced him cried out, obeyed the king's commands. But the courageous and noble man, like a true Eleazar, was unmoved, as though being tortured in a dream. Yet while the old man's eyes were raised to heaven, his flesh was being torn by scourges, his blood flowing, and his sides were being cut to pieces. So you got to remember, Christ wasn't the only one of our people that went through that torture of of being beaten and flogged and being scourged. Verse 7, it says, although he fell to the ground because his body could not endure the agonies, he kept his reason upright and unswerving. One of the cruel guards rushed at him and began to kick him in the side to make him get up again after he fell. But he bore the pains and scorned the punishment and endured the tortures. Like a noble athlete, the old man, while being beaten, was victorious over his torturers. In fact, with his face bathed in sweat and gasping heavily for breath, he amazed even his torturers by his courageous spirit. See, our forefathers, they had courage when it came to this stuff. Now, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, they're not, ready to endure this stuff. Even George Floyd laying down, with the cop's knee in his neck, was crying out for his mama. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready to deal with that. Verse 12 says, at that point, partly out of pity for his old age, partly out of sympathy for their acquaintance with him, partly out of admiration for his endurance, some of the king's retinue came to him and said, Eleazar, why are you so irrationally destroying yourself through these evil things? We will set before you some cooked meat. Save yourself by pretending to eat pork. So they're like, you know what? We'll just put some meat in front of you. It's not going to be pork. And just pretend to eat the pork. At least just pretend for the people. Why are you allowing yourself to go through this torture? But let's see if he gave in. Verse 16, but Eleazar, as though more bitterly tormented by this counsel, cried out, never may we, the children of Abraham, think so basely that out of cowardice we feign a role unbecoming to us. For it would be irrational if, having lived in accordance with truth up to old age and having guarded the reputation of a life lived lawfully, we should now change our course. Like, how is it going to look that after all these years of me keeping the law, being an example to my people, how is that going to look for me to turn around and do what you're asking me to do? Verse 19, and ourselves become a pattern of impiety to the young by setting them an example in the eating of defiling food. He's telling them, how you expect me to be a bad example to my young people like this? No, I'm not going to do it. He says, verse 20, it would be shameful if we should survive for a little while and during that time be a laughing stock to all for our cowardice, because he knows that's what's going to happen. Everybody in Israel will be talking about it. Man, you saw what Eleazar did. Oh, man, you heard about what he did. Man, them Edomites put that pork in front of him and scared him. And man, he was a punk. He ate it. Isn't that how it would go today?
Yeah.
If verse 21, and be despised by the tyrant as unmanly, but not contending even to death for our divine law. That's why in the New Testament, you read all the time that we need to contend for the law, even to death. Therefore, O children of Abraham, die nobly for the sake of piety. And you guards of the tyrant, why do you delay? That's why when we try and tell our people that, look, our forefathers died in defense of this law. And the moment your enemy comes to you and says, oh, you don't have to abide by that law. You can eat anything. Now, they've been trying to get us to defile ourselves for the longest. And you're reading about such an incident right here, that Esau has been trying to get us to defile ourselves with defiled meats for a long time. And he's finally succeeded by lying to our people and telling them that the law is done away with. What better way? They're like, man, these dudes are so bold. They're willing to die for this law. How can we get them to eat it? Oh, we can tell them the law is done away with.
Oh, wow.
Hey, that's all it took. That is all it took, is for them to tell us that the law is done away with and Israel has gone hog wild crazy for pork. You can't get some of our people to stop eating that bacon. Stop eating that hog mogs. Stop eating them chitlins. Stop eating that pickled pig's feet, those pork rinds. You can't get our people to stop eating that stuff. Neck bone. Verse 24. When they saw that he was so courageous in the face of the afflictions, that he had not been changed by their compassion, the guards brought him to the fire. There they burned him with maliciously contrived instruments, threw him down, and poured stinking liquids into his nostrils. Look, you see what the Edomites have always done. They've always tortured our people like this. The things that we're going through right now is not new. Esau has always had this hatred towards us. It says, when he was now burned, to his very bones and about to expire, he lifted up his eyes to God and said, "You know, O God, that though I might have saved myself, I am dying in burning torments for the sake of the law." How many of you out there, let me look at the camera, how many of you are willing to endure what he did for the law?
Mm.
I know a lot of us would say, "Oh man, I'd do it."
Yeah.
But really think about that.
Mm.
Somebody taking something hot and burning your skin down to the bone. Even I got to look at my life. I don't know if I would be able to endure that. I don't know. Because I know if I put my hand too close to a fire and I even start to feel that little bit of burn, I'm like, "Ooh, man, that's hot." So imagine somebody taking an instrument of something, making it burning red hot, and burning you down to the bone. Not once, but over and over and over and over and over again. Would you be able to withstand that and keep the commandments?
Right.
You got to ask yourself and be real about your answer. Let me read that again. Verse 27, "You know, O God, that though I might have saved myself, I am dying in burning torments for the sake of the law. Be merciful to your people and let our punishment suffice for them. Make my blood their purification and take my life in exchange for theirs." And after he said this, the holy man died nobly in his tortures. Even in the tortures of death, he resisted by virtue of reason for the sake of the law. See, many of our forefathers were willing to die for the law and die for our people. Many of our forefathers have died trying to help our people. Look at how many of our leaders today have died trying to help our people. The Martin Luther King, the Malcolm X's, many of them. And our people still cannot honor our forefathers and keep the commandments. Christ came and died. He went through the same as Eleazar and worse than Eleazar, and died for his people. And his people were the ones that told him to put him on the cross. It was his own people, our people. Why? Because our people are children without the use of reason. Don't know how to control our emotions. Let's go to verse 31. "Admittedly, then pious reason is sovereign over the passions. For if the passions had prevailed over reason, we would have testified to their domination. But now that reason has conquered the passions, we properly attribute to it the power to govern. It is right for us to acknowledge the dominance of reason when it masters even external agonies. It would be ridiculous to deny it. I have proved not only that reason has mastered agonies, but also that masters pleasures and in no respect yields to them." We're going to go to 4th Maccabees chapter 7 and verse 1 now. I pray you guys are getting some edification from this. So we're going to the book of 4th Maccabees chapter 7 verse 1. Can you see it on the screen, Ezra?
Yeah. It's in there.
All right. It says, "For like a most skillful pilot, the reason of our father Eleazar steered the ship of religion over the sea of the emotions." So it's saying he was able to do this by reason. The reason of our father Eleazar steered the ship of religion over the sea of the emotions. And though buffeted by the stormings of the tyrant and overwhelmed by the mighty waves of tortures, in no way did he turn the rudder of religion until he sailed into the haven of immortal victory. No city besieged with many ingenious war machines has ever held out as did that most holy man. Although his sacred life was consumed by tortures and racks, he conquered the besiegers with the shield of his devout reason. For in setting his mind firm, like a jutting cliff, our father Eleazar broke the maddening waves of the emotions. O priest, worthy of the priesthood, you neither defiled your sacred teeth nor profaned your stomach, which had room only for reverence and purity by eating defiling foods. Verse 7. Verse 7. O man in harmony with the law and philosopher of divine life, such should be those who are administrators of the law, shielding it with their own blood and noble sweat and sufferings even to death. You, Father, strengthened our loyalty to the law through your glorious endurance, and you did not abandon the holiness that you praised, but by your deeds you made your words of divine philosophy credible. O aged man, more powerful than virtues, O elder, fiercer than fire, O supreme king over the passions, Eleazar. For just as our father Aaron, armed with the censer, ran through the multitude of the people and conquered the fiery angel, so the descendant of Aaron, Eleazar, though being consumed by the fire, remained unmoved in his reason. Verse 13. Most amazing indeed, though he was an old man, his body no longer tense and firm, his muscles flabby, his sinews feeble, he became young again in spirit through reason. And by reason like that of Isaac, he rendered the many-headed rack ineffective. O man of blessed age and of venerable gray hair and of law-abiding life, whom the faithful seal of death has perfected. If therefore, because of piety an aged man despised tortures even to death, most certainly devout reason is governor of the emotions. Some perhaps might say, not all have full command of their emotions, because not all have prudent reason, which is absolutely true with our people. Not all have full command of their emotions, because not all have prudent reason. But as many as attend to religion with the whole heart, these alone are able to control the passions of the flesh. If you are not keeping the commandments, you're not doing the law with your whole heart, you are somebody that's not going to be able to control your passions of the flesh. Which again goes back to what? Talking about the works of the flesh, which goes back to why is my mind going blank? Galatians 5:19. Why am my mind's going blank? But goes back to that again, talking about the works of the flesh. So let me read verse 18 again. But as many as attend to religion with the whole heart, these alone are able to control the passions of the flesh, since they believe that they, like our patriarchs Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, do not die to God, but live to God. No contradiction, therefore, arises when some persons appear to be dominated by their emotions because of the weakness of their reason. Verse 21. What person who lives as a philosopher by the whole rule of philosophy and trusts in God and knows that it is blessed to endure any suffering for the sake of virtue would not be able to overcome the emotions through godliness? For only the wise and courageous are masters of their emotions. Let's read that again. For only the wise and courageous are masters of their emotions. So are you wise? Are you courageous? Do you have mastership of your emotions? We're going to go to chapter 8 now. And like I said, it's going to be a lot of reading today. So, just again, bear with us and be real patient. So we're going to 4th Maccabees chapter 8 and verse says, "For this is why even the very young, by following a philosophy in accordance with reason, have prevailed over the most painful instruments of torture. The tyrant was conspicuously defeated in his first attempt, being unable to compel an aged man to eat defiling foods. Then in violent rage commanded that the others of the Hebrew captives be brought, and that any who ate defiling food would be freed after eating. But if any were to refuse, they would be tortured even more cruelly." Verse 3, "When the tyrant had given these orders, 7 brothers, handsome, modest, noble, and accomplished in every way, were brought before him, along with their aged mother. When the tyrant saw them grouped about their mother as though a chorus, he was pleased with them, and struck by their appearance and nobility, he smiled at them and summoned them near and said," verse 5, "Young men, with favorable feelings, I admire each and every one of you, and greatly respect the beauty and the number of such brothers. Not only do I advise you to not display the same madness as that of the old man who has just been tortured, but I also exhort you to yield to me and enjoy my friendship. Just as I am able to punish those who disobey my orders, so can I be a benefactor to those who are disposed to obey me. Trust me then, and you will receive positions of authority in my government if you will renounce the ancestral tradition of your national life." So, does any of this sound familiar?
Mm-hmm.
Think about what's going on today in today's times with our people that are caught up in the entertainment industry, meaning the music industry, the movie industry, the sports industry. Isn't this the same thing, that the same logic, the same temptations that Esau comes with today? Come and partake with us. Renounce that, man, renounce that Israelite stuff. I got the authority to put you in positions, man, make you rich, wealthy, put you in a position of power and prestige. Everybody will look up to you. Everybody want to be you. It's the same thing. Let me read that again. "Trust me then, and you will receive positions of authority in my government if you will renounce the ancestral tradition of your national life." Look at all these Christian pastors that are quick to, renounce being an Israelite. We're not the Jews. They're quick to come to the aid of Esau's philosophies and traditions of men that go against the scriptures. What does he say in verse 8? "Enjoy your youth by adopting the Greek way of life and by changing your manner of living." Isn't that what's happening to a lot of our kids that are going away to college?
Right.
Come live the Greek life. Join the Greek life. And a lot of the parents that are sending their kids to these colleges have no idea what their kids are getting involved in when they're joining these fraternities and sororities, adopting the Greek way of life. You see, back then they had to torture our people and scare our people into changing and adopting the Greek way of life. Now our people do it openly. They don't have to do much because they learned from history on how to conquer us, on what it takes to get us to go away from keeping our law, statutes, and commandments, and keeping our heritage and culture and following theirs. And why are they able to do that today? Because our people are children that lack the use of reason. Not like Eleazar and not like these seven brothers that we're about to read about. Verse 14, he says, "Be afraid, young fellows. Whatever justice you revere will be merciful to you when you transgress under compulsion." But when they had heard the inducements and saw the dreadful devices, not only were they not afraid, but they also opposed the tyrant with their own philosophy, and by their right reasoning nullified this tyranny. So they saw the torture devices. They saw, like, you know what? We don't care. We don't care what you do to us. You're not going to inflict fear into us. Verse 16, "Let us consider, on the other hand, what arguments might have been used if some of them had been cowardly and unmanly. Would they not have been the following? O wretches that let me read that again, verse 17. O wretches that we are, and so senseless, since the king has summoned and exhorted us to accept kind treatment if we obey him. Why do we take pleasure in vain resolves and venture upon a disobedience that brings death? O men and brothers, should we not fear the instruments of torture and consider the threats of torments and give up this vanity and this ignorance that threatens to destroy us? Let us take pity on our youth and have compassion on our mother's age, and let us seriously consider that if we disobey, we are dead. Also, divine justice will excuse us for fearing the king when we are under compulsion. Why do we banish ourselves from the most pleasant life and deprive ourselves of this delightful world? Let us not struggle against compulsion or take hollow pride in being put to the rack. Not even the law itself would consent to put us to death for fearing the instruments of torture. Why does such contentiousness excite us and such a fatal stubbornness please us, when we can live in peace if we obey the king? Verse 27, "But the youths, though about to be tortured, neither said any of these things, nor even seriously considered them." So he's telling us that they could have thought of all this stuff, thought of every reason in the world on how to get out of going through that torture and why they should go about getting out of that torture. How, thinking about, that, yeah, it would be good to be rich and famous and, and have power and prestige and be a leader over, over lands and have positions of authority in this kingdom. But they didn't even consider it. They didn't say it. It didn't come out of their mouths, and they did not consider it. Verse 28, it says, "For they were contemptuous of the passions and sovereign over agonies, so that as soon as the tyrant has ceased counseling them to eat defiling food, all with one voice together, as from one mind said." Going to chapter 9. 4th Maccabees, chapter 9 and verse 1. What did they say? "Why do you delay, tyrant? For we are ready to die rather than transgress our ancestral command." Like, what you waiting for? I hear some of our brothers saying that today. What you waiting for, Esau? Do what you gonna do. I'm ready to die for this truth. Do it. That's essentially what they're telling him. "Why do you delay, O tyrant? For we are ready to die rather than transgress our ancestral commandments." We are obviously putting our forebears to shame unless we practice ready obedience to the law and to Moses, our counselor. Tyrant and counselor of lawlessness, in your hatred for us, do not pity us more than we pity ourselves. For we consider this pity of yours, which ensures our safety through transgression of the law, to be more grievous than death itself. You are trying to terrify us by threatening us with death by torture, as though a short time ago you learned nothing from Eleazar. Like you're trying to persuade us with threats of violence and torture and things like that. Didn't you learn from what our forefather Eleazar said? You had to kill him. What makes you think we're going to do anything any different? Verse 6, and if on account of piety the aged men of the Hebrews fulfill their pious duty while enduring torture, it would be even more fitting that we young men should die despising your coercive tortures. So he's like, wait a minute. So if these old men of our nation was able to withstand the torture, we as young men, we should be able to endure with no problem. If that old man Eleazar was able to go through that, then there should be no excuse for us. And it's the same thing with our young men today. How is it that our leaders of yesteryear or yesteryears were able to go through dogs being sicked on them, fire hoses being sprayed at them, our leaders being assassinated by gunfire, buildings burned that they were staying in, being brought up on trumped up charges, all of these things.
Right.
But they still marched, they still went out and still fought for our people. So what happened to the youth today? The majority of them that are just given in to Esau's system and would rather give in to pleasures of this life in this world and this nation of America rather than keep God's commandments. It's almost like they cannot see or don't know, never learned, never read about, never saw, and don't respect what the leaders of yesteryear went through in order for us to at least try and get things somewhat better for our people here in America today. Let me read that again. Verse 6. And if on account of piety the aged men of the Hebrews fulfilled their pious duty while enduring torture, it would be even more fitting that we young men should die despising your coercive tortures, which our aged instructor also overcame. Therefore, tyrant, put us to the test. They're like, all right, tyrant, put us to the test. And if you take our lives because of our piety, suppose that you can injure us by torturing us. For we, through this severe suffering and endurance, shall have the prizes of virtue and shall be with God, on whose account we suffer. But you, because of your bloodthirstiness toward us, will deservedly undergo from the divine justice eternal torment by fire. They're telling them the same thing we, try and tell Esau when Esau tries to come against the Israelites. Better watch what you say to us. Better watch what you do. All that hate you have towards us is going to come back on you. When those thermonuclear bombs come and burn up this place, you'll be real sorry that you treated God's people the way you treat. You hear Israelites saying this all the time. But is Esau listening? No. Because he has the same spirit as his forefather that we're reading about. This tyrant that they're mentioning. All right. Let's go to verse 10. This is the torture of the first and second brothers. It says, when they had said these things, the tyrant was not only indignant as those who are disobedient, but also infuriated as at those who are ungrateful. Then at his command, the guards brought forward the eldest, and having torn off his tunic, they bound his hands and arms with straps on each side. When they had worn themselves out beating him with scourges without accomplishing anything, they placed him upon the wheel. When the noble youth was stretched out around this, his limbs were dislocated. And with every so obviously they put him on, one of those torture devices that have the arms and legs stretched out and start cranking that wheel, and the wheel starts pulling on the limbs until your limbs become dislocated, and in some cases just completely rip you from limb to limb. But let's see how he took it. Verse 14. And with every member disjointed, he denounced the tyrant. So he was still being rebellious. He denounced the tyrant, saying, most abominable tyrant, enemy of heavenly justice, savage of mine, you are mangling me in this manner, not because I am a murderer or as one who acts impiously, but because I protect the divine law. And you see the same kind of thing happening with our people today. We haven't done nothing to Esau, but yet some of their officers out there just have this innate hatred towards our people that he can't help himself. That, they go out there, and as they're in the midst of doing their job, they want to find one of our people that they can lock up for no reason, just to do it. Verse 16 says, and when the guard said, agree to eat so that you may be released from the tortures, he replied, you abominable lackeys, your will is not so powerful as to strangle my reason. Cut my limbs, burn my flesh, and twist my joints. Through all these tortures, I will convince you that children of the Hebrews alone are invincible when virtue is at stake. While he was saying these things, they spread fire under him. And while fanning the flames, they tightened the wheel further. The wheel was completely smeared with blood, and the heap of coals was being quenched by the drippings of gore, and pieces of flesh were falling off the axles of the machine. Although the ligaments joining his bones were already severed, the courageous youth, worthy of Abraham, did not groan. So through all this torture, he's still not giving in. Verse 22, but as though transformed by fire into immortality, he nobly endured the rackings. Imitate me, brothers, he said. Do not leave your post in my struggle or renounce our courageous family ties. Fight the sacred and noble battle for piety. Thereby, the just providence of our ancestors may become merciful to our nation and take vengeance on the accursed tyrant. When he had said this, the devout youth broke the thread of life. Verse 26, while all were marveling at his courageous spirit, the guards brought forward the next eldest, and after fitting themselves with iron gauntlets, having sharp hooks, they bound him to the torture machine and catapult. Before torturing him, they inquired if he were willing to eat, and they heard his noble decision. These leopard-like beasts tore out his sinews with the iron hands, flayed all his flesh up to his chin, and tore away his scalp. But he steadfastly endured this agony and said, CRP, you got to close your eyes and picture this happening. Picture what they're doing to him. Do you know what it means to fillet meat?
Right.
That means taking a sharp knife and just, barely taking off the skin with enough meat on that skin. You know what I mean? To not take off too much. That's crazy. Verse 29, how sweet is any kind of death for our ancestral piety. To the tyrant, he said, do you not think, you most savage tyrant, that you are being tortured more than I, as you see the arrogant design of your tyranny being defeated by our endurance for the sake of piety? I lighten my pain by the joys that come from virtue, but you suffer torture by the threats that come from impiety. You will not escape, you most abominable tyrant, the penalties of the divine wrath. And there are people do to Esau, no way with this. We're gonna skip back for a second and go to chapter 4. So 4th Maccabees chapter 4 and verse 1. So we're going to read about another of our forefathers. You know what? Hold on for a second. Might come back to this. I think somehow my nose got out of order. I apologize. It's so slow. It's going slow for me to be able to click to the next one. All right. So as we're reading this, yeah, here it is, the torture of the third and fourth brothers. So as we're going through this and reading this, again, ask yourself, the torture that they're going through, you as a man of the man of the Lord, would you be able to endure this for the law, for your culture, for your heritage, for your people? Going to go to 4th Maccabees chapter 10 and verse 1. It says, when he too had endured a glorious death, the third was brought forward. So the second one died, and now they're bringing the third one. And many repeatedly urged him to save himself by tasting the meat. So now by this time they're thinking, you know what? You just watched us kill 2 of your brothers. Now we know you're going to give in. You can't be that bold. But let's see what he did. They were trying to tell him, like, you know what? Just eat it. Verse 2, but he shouted, do you not know that the same Father begot me, as well as those who died, and the same mother bore me, and that I was brought up on the same teachings? It's like, don't you know? I was brought up the same way they were. He says, I do not renounce the noble kinship that binds me to my brothers. Enraged by the man's boldness, they disjointed his hands and feet with their instruments, dismembering him by prying his limbs from their sockets, and breaking his fingers and arms and legs and elbows. Since they were unable in any way to break his spirit, they abandoned the instruments and scalped him with their fingernails in a Scythian fashion. They immediately brought him to the wheel, and while his vertebrae were being dislocated by this, he saw his own flesh torn all around and drops of blood flowing from his entrails. When he's about to die, he said, we most abominable tyrant are suffering because of our godly training and virtue. But you, because of your impiety and bloodthirstiness, will undergo unceasing torments. So they know that the book of Obadiah said, they know what's coming to Esau. You're utterly going to get destroyed, so you can do whatever you want to me. They know when Christ comes back, if I've been keeping these commandments, I'm going to get raised up. But you, on the other hand, Esau, you're going to have to deal with our Father. Let's go to verse 12. It says, when he too had died in a manner worthy of his brothers, they dragged forward the fourth, saying, as for you, do not give way to the same insanity as your brothers, but obey the king and save yourself. But he said to them, you do not have a fire hot enough to make me play the coward. So he's like, man, yeah, if you don't have a fire hot enough to make me, be a punk. That's baby, our people talk. Says, no, by the blessed death of my brothers, by the eternal destruction of the tyrant, and by the everlasting life of the pious, I will not renounce our noble family ties. Contrive tortures, tyrant, so that you may learn from them that I am a brother to those who have just now been tortured. When he heard this, the bloodthirsty, murderous, and utterly abominable Antiochus gave orders to cut out his tongue. Look at how wicked Antiochus was. And you wonder why in First Maccabees it talks that he was wicked. Verse 18, but he said, even you remove my organ of speech. God hears also those who are mute. See, here is my tongue. Cut it off. For in spite of this, you will not make our reason speechless. Gladly, for the sake of God, we let our bodily members be mutilated. God will visit you swiftly. For you are cutting out a tongue that has been melodious with divine hymns. So, they're being bold as our forefathers were. Let's go to chapter 12. Or chapter 11, I mean. Chapter 11. The torture of the fifth and sixth brothers. Fourth Maccabees chapter 11. I wonder, is it because I'm sharing my thing and won't let me switch the... Is it changing on your screen to Fourth Maccabees 10?
No, it's stuck on the mirror one where it shows all of the screens going to the back.
All right. What about now? Is it showing the
Yes. Yes, you are.
All right. So we're at the book of Fourth Maccabees, chapter 11 and verse 1. It says, when he too died after being cruelly tortured, the fifth leaped up, saying, I will not refuse tyrant to be tortured for the sake of virtue. I have come of my own accord, so that by murdering me you will incur punishment from the heavenly justice for even more crimes. Hater of virtue, hater of humankind, for what act of ours are you destroying us in this way? Is it because we revere the creator of all things and live according to his virtuous law? But these deeds deserve honors, not tortures. While he was saying these things, the guards bound him and dragged him to the catapult. So that's why sometimes when I hear some of our brothers, when they're out in the streets teaching and the cops get called and stuff like that, and they're trying to reason with the police officers and saying, hey, what law are we breaking? We're not breaking no laws. We're just out here, teaching the Bible. And, the cops are ignoring them and, and telling them they got to go. And then in some cases, they end up getting snatched up and thrown in the back of the police cars. So it's nothing no different than what our people went through back then. Let me read that again. While he was saying these things, verse 9, the guards bound him and dragged him to the catapult. They tied him to it on his knees, and fitting iron clamps on them, they twisted his back around the wedge on the wheel, so that he was completely curled back like a scorpion, and all his members were disjointed. In this condition, gasping for breath and in anguish of body, he said, Tyrant, they are splendid favors that you grant us against your will, because through these noble sufferings you give us an opportunity to show our endurance for the law. Like, you have no idea what you're doing.
Right.
Verse 13. When he too had died, the sixth, a mere boy, was led forward. When the tyrant inquired whether he was willing to eat and be released, he said, I am younger in age than my brothers, but I am their equal in mind. Since to this end we were born and bred, we ought likewise to die for the same principles. So if you intend to torture me for not eating defiling foods, go on torturing. When he had said this, they led him to the wheel. He was carefully stretched tight upon it. His back was broken, and he was roasted from underneath. To his back they applied sharp spits that had been heated in the fire, and pierced his ribs so that his entrails were burned through. While being tortured, he said, O contest befitting holiness, in which so many of us brothers have been summoned to an arena of sufferings for the sake of piety, and in which we have not been defeated. For pious knowledge, O tyrant, is invincible. I also, equipped with nobility, will die with my brothers, and I myself will bring a great avenger upon you. You inventor of tortures and enemy of those who are truly pious. We 6 boys have overthrown your tyranny. Since you have not been able to persuade us to change our mind or to force us to eat defiling foods, is it not this your downfall? Your fire is cold to us, and the catapults painless, and your violence powerless. For it is not the guards of the tyrant, but those of the divine law that are set over us. Therefore, we hold fast to invincible reason. So he says their reason is invincible. Going to go to chapter 12 now, the torture of the 7th brother. All right. The torture of the 7th brother. It reads, when he too, thrown into the cauldron, had died a blessed death, the 7th and youngest of all came forward, even though the tyrant had been vehemently reproached by the brothers. He felt strong compassion for this child when he saw that he was already in fetters. He summoned him to come near and tried to persuade him, saying, you see the result of your brother's stupidity? For they died in torments because of their disobedience. You too, if you do not obey, will be miserably tortured and die before your time. But if you yield to persuasion, you will be my friend and a leader in the government of the kingdom. So he's offering it to him again. Come on, man. Why are you going to put yourself through this? Why are you going to let yourself go out like your brothers did? Don't be dumb like them. Be my friend. Come rule in my kingdom with me. So verse 6, when he had thus appealed to him, he sent for the boy's mother to show compassion on her who had been bereaved of so many sons, and to influence her to persuade the surviving son to obey and save himself. So he's thinking, you know what? I'll play on the mother's emotions. I'll get the mother to, to persuade him to do it. And in a lot of cases today, you see that. A lot of our women who are single mothers, out of fear for their children, they think that they're teaching their sons a correct lesson, but in a lot of ways, they're more detrimental to their son's safety and health and life than they ought to be. So what happened with him? Verse 7 says, but after his mother had exhorted him in the Hebrew language, as we shall tell a little later, he said, let me loose. Let me speak to the king and to all his friends who were with me. Extremely pleased by the boy's declaration, they freed him at once. So they thought he was getting ready to give in, and they was getting ready to hear what they wanted to hear. Verse 10, running to the nearest of the braziers, he said, you profane tyrant, most impious of all the wicked, since you have received good things and also your kingdom from God, were you not ashamed to murder his servants and torture on the will the athletes of piety? Because of this, justice has laid up for you a more intense and eternal fire and tortures, and these throughout all time will never let you go. Verse 13, as a man, were you not ashamed, you most savage beast, to cut out the tongue of people who have feelings like yours and are made of the same elements as you, and to maltreat and torture them in this way? Surely they, by dying nobly, fulfilled their pious duty to God, but you will wail bitterly for having killed without cause the contestants for virtue. Then, because he too was about to die, he said, I do not desert the excellent example of my brothers. Read that again. I do not desert the excellent example of my brothers, and I call on the God of our ancestors to be merciful to our nation. But on you he will take vengeance, both in this present life and when you are dead. After he had uttered these imprecations, he flung himself into the braziers and so ended his life. So he threw himself in there like, you can't persuade me. It's not going to work. Let's go to chapter 13. It reads, since then the 7 brothers despised sufferings even unto death. Everyone must concede that devout reason is sovereign over the emotions. So these seven brothers and their mother, in showing, or them being willing to die for their convictions, willing to die for the law, their heritage, their customs, their God, they show that they have reason. But on the flip side, though, some of our people don't have it because a lot of them would have given in. All right. So let me start again. 4th Maccabees chapter 13, verse 1. Since then the seven brothers despised sufferings even unto death. Everyone must concede that devout reason is sovereign over the emotions. For if they had been slaves to their emotions and had eaten defiling food, we would say that they had been conquered by these emotions. But in fact, it was not so. Instead, by reason, which is praised before God, they prevailed over their emotions. The supremacy of the mind over these cannot be overlooked, for the brothers mastered both emotions and pains. How then can one fail to confess the sovereignty of right reason over emotion in those who were not turned back to fiery agonies? Verse 6. For just as towers jutting out over the harbors hold back the threatening waves and make it calm for those who sail into the inner basin, so the seven toward right reason of the youths, by fortifying the harbor of religion, conquered the tempest of the emotions. For they constituted a holy chorus of religion and encouraged one another, saying, Brothers, let us die like brothers for the sake of the law. Let us imitate the three youths in Assyria who despised the same ordeal of the furnace. Let us not be cowardly in the demonstration of our piety. While one said, Courage, brother, another said, Bear up nobly, and another reminded them, Remember whence you came, and the father by whose hand Isaac would have submitted to being slain for the sake of religion. Each of them, and all of them together, looking at one another, cheerful and undaunted, said, Let us with all our hearts consecrate ourselves to God, who gave us our lives, and let us use our bodies as a bulwark for the law. Let us not fear him who thinks he is killing us, for great is the struggle of the soul and the danger of external torment lying before those who transgress the commandment of God. Therefore, let us put on the full armor of self-control, which is divine reason. For if we so die, Abraham and Isaac and Jacob will Abraham and Isaac and Jacob will welcome us, and all the fathers will praise us. Those who were left behind said to each other, the brothers who were being dragged away, Do not put us to shame, brother, or betray the brothers who have died before us. Verse 19. You are not ignorant of the affection of family ties, which the divine and all-wise providence has bequeathed through the fathers to their descendants, and which was implanted in the mother's womb. There, each of the brothers spent the same length of time, and were shaped during the same period of time, and growing from the same blood and through the same life, they were brought to the light of days, when they were born after an equal time of gestation. They drank milk from the same fountains. From such embraces, brotherly, loving souls are nourished, and they grow stronger from this common nurture and daily companionship, and from both general education and our discipline in the law of God. Therefore, when sympathy and brotherly affection had been so established, the brothers were the more sympathetic to one another. Verse 24, since they had been educated by the same law and trained in the same virtues and brought up in living right, they loved one another all the more. A common zeal for nobility strengthened their goodwill toward one another, and their concord, because they could make their brotherly love more fervent with the aid of their religion. But although nature and companionship and virtuous habits had augmented the affection of family ties, those who were left endured for the sake of religion, while watching their brothers being maltreated and tortured to death. Let's go to 4th Maccabees 14:1. So we're going to go to 4th Maccabees 14:15, and then that'll be it for the Maccabees. There it is, 4th Maccabees 4. Oh, where'd it go now? It just popped up, right? Yeah, 14:1. Right. There we go. The book of 4th Maccabees, chapter 14, verse 1. It says, furthermore, they encouraged them to face the torture so that they not only despised their agonies, but also mastered the emotions of brotherly love. O reason, royal and kings and freer than the free. O sacred and harmonious conqueror of the 7 brothers on behalf of religion. None of the 7 youths proved coward or shrank from death, but all of them, as though running the course toward immortality, hastened to death by torture. Just as the hands and feet are moved in harmony with the guidance of the mind, so those holy youths, as though moved by an immortal spirit of devotion, agreed to go to death for its sake. Verse 7. O most holy 7 brothers in harmony, for just as the 7 days of creation move in choral dance around religion, so these youths, forming a chorus, encircled the 7-fold fear of tortures and dissolved it. Even now, we ourselves shudder as we hear of the suffering of these young men. They not only saw what was happening, not only heard the direct word of threat, but also bore the sufferings patiently and in agonies of fire at that. What could be more excruciatingly painful than this? For the power of fire is intense and swift, and it consumed their bodies quickly. Verse 11. Do not consider it amazing that reason had full command over these men in their tortures, since the mind of woman despised even more diverse agonies. For the mother of the 7 young men bore up under the rackings of each one of her children. Verse 13. Observe how complex is a mother's love for her children, which draws everything toward an emotion felt in her innermost parts. Even unreasoning animals, as well as human beings, have a sympathy and a parental love for their offspring. For example, among birds, the ones that are tame protect their young by building on the housetops, and the others by building at the tops of mountains and in the depths of chasms and holes of trees and on treetops, hatch the nestlings and ward off the intruder. Verse 17, if they are not kept to keep the intruder away, they do what they can to help their young by flying in circles around them in the anguish of love, warning them with their own calls. And why is it necessary to demonstrate sympathy for children by the example of unreasoning animals? Since even bees at the time for making honeycombs defend themselves against intruders, and as though with an iron dart, sting those who approach their hive and defend it even to death. Verse 20, but sympathy for her children did not sway the mother of the young men. She was of the same mind as Abraham. Going to go to chapter 15. So chapter 15. It showed up. So 4th Maccabees chapter 15 and verse 1. says, O reason of the children, tyrant over the passions, O piety, more desirable to the mother than her children. Two courses were open to this mother, that of piety and that of preserving her 7 sons for a time, as the tyrant has promised. She loved piety more, the piety that preserves them for eternal life, according to God's promise. In what manner might I express the passions of parents who love their children? We impress upon the character of a small child a wondrous likeness both of mind and of form. Especially is this true of mothers, who, because of their birth pains, have a deeper sympathy toward their offspring than do the fathers. For to the extent that mothers are of tender spirit and bear more children, so much more attached are they to their children. The mother of the 7 boys, more than any other mother, loved her children. In 7 pregnancies, she had implanted in herself tender love toward them. And because of many pains she suffered with each of them, she had sympathy for them. Yet, because of the fear of God, she disdained the temporary safety of her children. Not only so, but also because of the nobility of her sons and their ready obedience to the law. She felt a greater tenderness toward them, for they were just and self controlled and courageous and magnanimous, and loved their brothers and their sisters, so that they obeyed her even to death, in keeping the ordinances. Verse 11. Nevertheless, though so many factors influenced the mother to suffer with them out of love for her children, in the case of none of them were the various tortures strong enough to pervert her reason. But each child separately, and all of them together, the mother urged on to death for piety's sake. O sacred nature, verse 13. O sacred nature, parental affection, tender love toward offspring, nursing and indomitable maternal passions. This mother, who saw them tortured and burned one by one for piety's sake, did not change her attitude. So she watched the flesh of her children being consumed by fire, their toes and fingers scattered on the ground, and the flesh of the head to the chin exposed like mass. Verse 16, O mother, try not by more bitter pains than even the birth pangs you suffered for them. O woman, who also gave birth to such perfect piety. Let me read that again. O woman, who alone gave birth to such perfect piety, neither when the firstborn breathed his last, it did not turn your side, nor when the second in torments looked at you piteously, nor when the third expired, nor did you weep when you looked at the eyes of each one in his tortures, gazing boldly at the same agonies, and saw in their nostrils the signs of the reproach of death. When you saw the flesh of children burned upon the flesh of other children, severed hands upon hands, scalped heads upon heads, and corpses fallen on other corpses, and when you saw the place filled with many spectators because of the children's torments, you did not shed tears. Neither the melodies of sirens nor the songs of swans attract the attention of their hearers, as did the voices of the children in torture calling to their mother. How great and how many torments the mother then suffered as her sons were tortured on the wheel and with her hot irons. But pious reason, giving her a man's courage in the very midst of her passions, strengthened her to disregard, for the time, her parental love. Although although she witnessed the destruction of 7 children and the ingenious and various rackings, this noble mother disregarded all these because of faith in God. For as in the council chamber of her own soul, she saw mighty advocates, nature, family, parental love, and the instruments of torture awaiting her children. This mother held 2 ballots, one bearing death and the other deliverance for her children. She did not approve the deliverance that would preserve the 7 sons for a short time. But as the daughter of God, fearing Abraham, she remembered his fortitude. Verse 29. O mother of the nation, vindicator of the law, and defender of piety, who carried away the prize of the contest in your heart. O more noble than males in steadfastness, and more courageous than men in endurance, just as Noah's ark, carrying the world in the universal flood, stoutly endured the waves, so you are, O guardian of the law, overwhelmed from every side by the flood of your passions and the violent winds, the torture of your sons, endured nobly and withstood the wintry storms raging on piety's account. So, with that, it's the end of Maccabees. So you can see this mother and her kids were able to overcome. Why? Because of their use of reason. Eleazar was able to withstand Antiochus. Why? Because of his use of reason. That courage that he had, that not having that spirit of fear upon him. But today, Israel, I don't think any of our people in Israel got that kind of courage today. There's no one that I could think of in Israel that I would be able to look at it 100% say, yeah, they've got the same spirit as Eleazar. Yeah, they got that same brave spirit as the 7 brothers that died along with their mother. I don't see it.
Mhm.
But we all should be attaining to that, though. Having that same spirit, being zealous for the law. All right. So let's move on. Let's go to the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, and verses 2 through 4.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 1 and verse 2. Hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord has spoken. I have nourished and brought up children, and they have rebelled against me. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel does not know, my people did not consider. A sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. They are gone away backwards.
So you can see this is what the Lord says about us. He's not saying the same thing that, is being said about Eleazar and the 7, children that, that died. They died protecting the law. They died to keep the law. No matter how much they were given it out through temptation of worldly lust, worldly benefit. And they still decided to go through that torture. But today, this is more of an attribute of Israel today. He says, hear, O heavens, and give ear, O earth, for the Lord hath spoken. I have nourished and brought up children that have rebelled against me. What did he nourish them in? He nourished them up in his law. He nourished them up in his law, statutes, commandments, and judgments. And the same children that he nourished up, they have rebelled against him. You so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you are those children. You are the children of the Most High God. You are his chosen people. And you continually rebel against his law, statutes, commandments, and judgments, showing that you are children that do not have the use of reason. It says, the ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel does not know, my people does not consider. So now the Lord's telling us that his chosen people, the Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, he's comparing you to 2 dumb animals, 2 stubborn animals, the ox and the donkey. He says even an ox knows who his owner is. A donkey can be led into the furthest places of anywhere and let loose, and he'll find his way back home. He knows where the master's crib is at. And every time I read this, I always got to point out that you have people trying to say that it wasn't our people that wrote the scriptures. All you got to do is read the scriptures and hear all the slang terms that are in the scriptures that we still use today. Who calls their masters? Who calls their house the crib?
Right.
And the ass his master's crib. In other words, the ass his master's home. He knows where the master's house is located, where he lives. Do we not use those terms today? Maybe not so much the kids today, but I know at my time, it was like, man, we're going back to the crib. What you want to get into? What you want to do? Oh, you coming over to the crib today? But he's saying that the ox knows who owns him. The donkey knows where he lives. And he compares them to his people, but Israel does not know. My people does not consider. He's saying, you Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, you don't even know you're the Israelites. And you don't even take the time to even consider it. You won't even take the time to read this book, to actually know it, so that you can come across the law, statutes, commandments, and judgments, and read about the blessings and curses, and read the signs of who the Israelites are. So you could get that aha moment that, hey, wait a minute, this is talking about us. You won't even take the time to consider that you are the people that God gave the law, statutes, and commandments to and told you to keep them. You don't even take the time to consider that you are the people that these other nations hate. They want to be you, but they have hate towards you. They want to dress like you. They want to go and tan and try and be like you.
Mm-hmm.
They want to run like you. They want to jump like you. They want to dance like you. They want to sing like you. They want to play instruments like you. Because everything this world has to offer, when it comes to our people, we always do it better. Because God made us better. He made it that way. It's just what it is. And then listen to what he says next. Ah, sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, a seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel to anger. They are gone away backward. We've gone backwards. Go to Isaiah 30:1. How are we gone backwards? Why are we so corrupt? Why are we a seed of evildoers? Why are we a people laden with iniquity, a sinful nation? Because we are children without the use of reason.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 1. Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord, that take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with the covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin.
So he says, woe to the rebellious children, saith the Lord. Woe means destruction. To you, so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you are the rebellious children that this Bible is talking about. That take counsel, but not of me, because you take counsel from everything and everybody else. You'll go and vote. You will follow your local politicians. You will follow your senators, your congressmen here in America. Follow the president, whether it's Democrat, Republican. You'll take counsel from anything and everyone else. You'll read books about Kemet. You'll read and follow Islam, following the Quran. You'll get into Hinduism, Buddhism, Confucianism, and every other ism out there, and take counsel from everything else, but not from the Lord, not from our God. Says that take counsel, but not of me, and that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit. Yeah, you're covering yourself with the covering, but you're not being covered with the Spirit of God. You're covering yourself with the spirit of Satan. Why? Because you are your father, the devil. We're going to get to that in a second. We got to believe in the lesson. It says, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin. Because our people love sin. Our people love being rebellious. Our people love to be told lies. Love to be told that the Old Testament is done away with. When Christ died on the cross, it's lawful to eat anything. You don't have to keep the law anymore. The law is done away with. So if a woman want to wear pants, she could wear pants. A man don't have to keep a beard anymore. According to the churches today, you could go on YouTube and watch the videos of some of these pastors that teach that it's okay to get tattoos. Because that law is done away. Whoa, that was the old covenant. Now it's okay there's nothing wrong with getting tattoos today. And see some of these pastors that are blatantly showing off their tattoos and stuff like that. Actually, you know what? No, it's all right. I'm not going to look for a video that shows it, but we know that the YouTube, for whatever reason, isn't giving us no sound. I don't know why I haven't been able to figure it out. All right, let's go to Isaiah 30 and 9 through 10.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 30 and verse 9, that this is a rebellious people, lying children that will not hear the law of the Lord, which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not, unto us, prophesy not unto us right things, speaking unto us smooth things, prophesy deceit.
And that's how Israel is today. Israel loved these lying, stepping, fetching pastors that are shucking and jiving behind the pulpit. These money grubbing, money hungry dogs, as the scriptures call them. Our people love following behind these men. That this is a rebellious people. Our people are rebellious. No matter how much you bring them the word showing right out of the scriptures, they will rebel. They will not listen to reason. That this is a rebellious people, lying children that will not hear the law of the Lord. You tell one of our sisters out there, in the world, that the Bible says, God says you're not supposed to wear pants. They'll go to church the following week wearing some tight jeans, wearing spandex, because the church says, come as you are, wearing a short mini skirt. You read in the scriptures to one of the brothers and tell them that the Most High says you're not supposed to cover your head. It's written in the book. And they'll totally ignore it and wear a baseball cap while teaching anyway. And these are little commandments that we're talking about. You teach one of our people that you're not supposed to lay hands on anybody. You're not supposed to be fighting each other. They will not hear you. They will not hear the law. They don't want to hear it. They'll ignore you. Lying children that will not hear the law of the Lord, which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things. The majority of our people going to church, the reason why these churches are so full of members is because these pastors are looking away from the sins of the people. As long as you come, sit there quietly, clap your hands, jump up and down and catch the so-called Holy Ghost, yell and scream maybe, and then take out some money and put it in the collection plate, or use your ATM card, whichever one is more convenient for you. Once they got your money in hand, it's all good. Because that's how our people like it. See not. No, don't see the sins that we're doing. Don't point them out to us. We don't want to know. The day that kid comes walking in and dressed in drag, the minister's supposed to be going up to this kid saying, hey, you know the Bible says you're not supposed to be cross-dressing. Either you leave and go put on, some pants and look like a man in return, or don't come back to this church. That's what should be happening in these churches. The woman got 5 different baby daddies and showing up to church every Sunday with all her kids on, she's righteous on Sunday, but Monday through Saturday, she's just out in the streets. Going from man to man to man to man. Got multiple kids, multiple baby daddies, and not done yet. What should he be telling her? That she's not supposed to be caught up in what? In fornication. She's supposed to have a husband. But those are the same women that will say, see not, don't see my sins. Somebody tries to point out to them, what are you out here looking for another man for? You can't even take care of the kids that you got. And you're trying to find another man to have another kid with? You're trying to move this man into your house. You don't even know him. You've known him all for what, a month, and you're trying to move him in? What are you thinking? Those are those same women that are like, prophesy not unto us right things. They don't want to hear what's right. They want that person to say, oh, just follow your heart. If you think you love him, just be with him. Just hope he'll be a good father to your kids and take care of them and take care of you, and everything will be, just trust in God and everything will be all right. Isn't that what they say? And then after a couple of years, she finds out that the dude is beating on her son, molesting her daughter, stealing her money, won't go get a job, sits around and drink and smoke weed all day. That he's nothing but a no good, lazy bum. That's what you see happen with a lot of our women. Why is that? Because they go to church on Sunday and they tell the seers, see not. And to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophesy deceits. Our people love smooth words. They love to hear the preacher. The Lord loves you. The Lord hates the sin, and the Lord loves the sinner. Look at your neighbor and say, neighbor, the Lord loves you. The Lord loves you. You see the piano's going. Our people love that stuff. But that's not the Bible. That's philosophy and doctrines of men to get into your pocketbooks and steal your money. Let's go to Isaiah 65 and 2 through 4.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 65 and verse 2. I have spread out my hands all the days unto a rebellious people, which walk in a way that was not good, after their own thoughts.
After their own thoughts, read.
A people that provoke me to anger continually to my face, that sacrifice in gardens and burneth incense upon altars of bricks, which remain among the graves and lodge in the
monuments.
On the monuments, which eat swine flesh and both of abominable things in their vessels.
So it says which eat swine's flesh, and broth of abominable things is in their vessels. So the Lord is telling us that I have spread out my hands all the day unto a rebellious people. He was doing it for so long that he finally said, you know what, I'm going to go and return to my place until they acknowledge their offense. I'm going to go and return to my place until they acknowledge their offense. Our people are rebellious. So he says, I have spread out my hands all the day unto a rebellious people, which walketh in the way that was not good after their own thoughts. You hear our people say that all the time. The Lord knows my heart. The Lord knows my heart. And that's their excuse. I'll put it to you this way. You say, you show them in the Bible, we're not supposed to celebrate Christmas. Oh, you know, we only do it for the kids. The Lord knows my heart. You know, you're not supposed to celebrate birthdays, right? According to the Bible, according to God. Oh, the Lord knows my heart. You know, we just do it for the kids. Just do it for, you know what I mean? We're just we're just eating. There's nothing wrong with just having a little bit of something to eat. Just a little small celebration. You know, you're not supposed to celebrate Halloween, right? Halloween is a pagan holiday also. Oh, you know, the Lord knows my heart. We just do it for the kids. Bro, you know, the Bible doesn't talk about boyfriend, girlfriend. The Bible talks about marriage. The moment you lay down with that girl, you know you're supposed to marry her, right? And it's one or the other one. Oh, well, the Lord knows my heart. He knows my heart. You know, I'm just not ready to get married right now. You know, we're just not ready. And we've all been there. This is what we were taught in America. But it's time for all of God's children to repent, come back to keeping his law, statutes, and commandments, and get back in the good graces of our Father. That's why he's left us, gone back into his place until we acknowledge our offense and repent. Grab that in Hosea 5 and 15.
The book of Hosea, chapter 5 and verse 15. I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense and seek my face. In their affliction they will seek me early.
He told us, I will go and return to my place. We wonder why our people are going through so many atrocities here in America. And you see the mother on TV whose son just got shot down in the streets, whether it was by a rival gang member or by the cops. And the mother's on TV crying, oh, Lord, why did this happen? Why did this happen to my son? He didn't do nothing to hurt nobody. He was a good boy. Knowing good and well she lying, knowing good and well he was out in the streets gang banging, slinging rocks, you know, doing all kinds of wrong. But she still would make excuses for him. He didn't do nothing wrong. Lord, why do you let this happen? Because he told us, I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense. Our people don't want to be honest and acknowledge that they've done wrong and that they're doing wrong. One, it's out of pride, arrogance, foolishness, wickedness, and evil, because that's how the Most High looks at it. They walk in a way that was not good after their own thoughts. A people that provoked me to anger continually to my face, that sacrificeth in gardens and burneth incense upon altars of brick, which remain among the graves and lodge in the monuments, which eat swine's flesh, and broth of abominable things is in their vessels. Just already two things is coming to my mind. Broth with abominable things. I'm thinking of like gumbo. Our people love eating gumbo. We've read about that earlier about our people, about people eating seafood. Our people love eating that gumbo with that pork sausage in it, with the crab legs, with the what else they put in the gumbo? Shrimp. You know what I mean? All almost anything and everything you could think of. Scallops. Some people put into their gumbo. That they don't take the time to stop and think that all these so-called um, foods that we eat, that we call soul foods, are not good for us. As we read earlier, he gave us this law for our benefit, to eat the things that are good for us and for our nourishment, to keep us healthy and make us strong. And we rebel against it. We go after our own thoughts. The Lord knows my heart. Let's go to Jeremiah 4:14.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 4 and verse 14. O Jerusalem, wash thine heart from wickedness, that thou mayest be saved. How long shall thy vain thoughts lodge within thee?
O Jerusalem, wash thine heart from wickedness. Wash thine heart from wickedness. It's not anything hard to do. It's straightforward. Wash thine heart from wickedness. Your heart is your mind. But again, a lot of our people say it. The Lord knows my heart. Well, you better be aware of your heart, because grab Jeremiah, hold that, go to Jeremiah 17:9 real quick.
Book of Jeremiah, chapter 17, verse 9.
Read
The
9
heart,
and 10.
9 and 10. The heart
Yeah.
is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? I, the Lord, search the heart. I tried the reins, even to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doing.
So the heart is deceitful above all things. He's telling us your mind is deceitful above all things. Anything going through your mind is most likely wicked and evil. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? I, the Lord, search the heart. You don't want the Lord searching your heart. That's why it's foolish for our people to be sitting there saying, the Lord knows my heart. Or they bring out the Tupac doctrine. Only God can judge me. You can't judge me. Only God can judge me. Or they bring out the Michael Jackson doctrine. It's about love. What's wrong with love? God loves everybody. He loves sinners too. But that's not what the Bible teaches. Everything we've learned in the churches has been contrary to what the Bible teaches. I, the Lord, search the heart. I try the reins, even to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doings. So you don't want the Lord licking into your heart. You don't want him licking into your mind. He's going to do it anyway, but what's he going to find? What's he going to hear? What's he going to see? What kind of images are you conjuring up in your mind? What kind of thoughts are popping up in your mind? Because remember, for from within, out of the heart of men, proceed what kind of thoughts? Evil thoughts. Grab that real quick in that Matthew 7. Oh no, Mark 7 and 21.
The book of Mark, chapter 7 and verse 21. For from within, out of the heart of men, proceed evil thoughts, adulteries, fornications, murderers, thefts, covetousness, wickedness, deceit, lasciviousness, an evil eye, blasphemy, pride, foolishness. All these evil things come from within and defile the man.
All these evil things come from within and defile the man. That's why we just read, O Jerusalem, wash thine heart from wickedness, that thou mayest be saved. How long shall thy vain thoughts lodge within thee? In Isaiah 65:2, we read that what our people do is they follow after their own thoughts. And your own thoughts are desperately wicked and evil. How long shall thy vain thoughts lodge within thee? So, what you need to understand is that reasoning is in your inner thoughts. And we continually go over this. That's why we keep telling, go and watch our video on Commandment 1 and the breakdown that we did on here on Commandment 1. The whole battle is for the battle of your mind. And again, this goes back to the reason why some of these people don't understand the mark of the beast. They're trying to be deep. They're trying to get into all kinds of meat, thinking they're coming down with some deep, thought out breakdowns for the for Book of Revelation of what the mark of the beast is and the 666. And they have no understanding of it because they can't even understand Commandment 1, which is that all sin starts in the mind. That it's a battle over your mind. It's a battle of developing the use of reason. And how do you get that use of reason? Through the law. Earlier, through the law, you will develop the use of reason. And you can make it stronger. But if you're not keeping the law, you don't have the ability to reason. That's the problem with our people. We are children without the use of reason. When it comes to keeping the law, statutes, and commandments, we don't want to do it. We become rebellious. We want to do the things of our own heart, what our own mind tells us to do, not what the scriptures tells us to do. Let's go to Mark 2:8.
The book of Mark, chapter 2 and verse 8. And immediately when Jesus proceeded in the spirit that they so reasoned with themselves, he said unto them, why reason ye these things in your hearts?
So it says that immediately when Jesus perceived in his spirit that they so reason within themselves. They're thinking to themselves. They're thinking in their minds. They're trying to figure out, like, what is he talking about? What's he? And Christ knows your thoughts. That's what we're trying to show you, that the Most High knows exactly what's going through your mind. Even when Christ was here in human form, in the flesh, he knew what was going through the minds of the Pharisees and Sadducees and scribes and lawyers. He knew the thoughts going through their mind. That's why reason ye these things in your hearts, meaning in your mind. Because the things that they reasoned was always wicked. It was always evil. Because back then, those Pharisees and Sadducees and scribes and lawyers and some of those other groups, Israelite groups, and even non-believers that, you know what I mean, they didn't believe in him, but there were some that did believe. There were many that believed. And there were many that didn't. But the problem was they had not exercised their senses to discern good and evil, because they lacked the use of reason. Grab Hebrews 5:12-14 again. We read it at the beginning of class. Let's go through it one more time.
The book of Hebrews, chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God, and are become such as have need of milk and not of strong meat. For every one that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
So it's time for our people to put away the foolishness of this world when it comes to dealing with the scriptures. Because you heard us mention it earlier. You see a lot of people on Facebook, a lot of people on all these different social media outlets. It could be, anything where they're sending out little pictures and memes, have a blessed day. God bless you. God loves you. You know what I mean? They think they're being holy. They think that they're doing something extra special and extravagant for God because they sent somebody a precept, or they told somebody today, like, oh, God bless you. God bless you. Those of us that know the scriptures, because we know what Christ says about it, we know that they are hypocrites. They don't really believe in the book. A lot of our people love to talk about and preach about and talk, and say how much they love God, how much they, what I mean? They love the scriptures. But when it comes down to it, they're unskillful in the word of righteousness because they're still a babe. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age, even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil. That comes back to reason. Children without the use of reason. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17, and you're going to read verses 1 through 15.
The book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 17 and verse 1. For great are thy judgments and cannot be expressed. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred.
So he says, great are thy judgments and cannot be expressed. He's talking about the Most High. His judgments are great. They're so great, you can't even express them in words how great he is and how great his judgments are. Therefore, unnurtured souls have erred. There are a lot of our people, a lot of you Israelites, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, whose souls have not been nurtured in righteousness. And so you continue to err. Read.
For when unrighteous men thought to oppress the holy nation, they being shut up in their houses, the prisoners of darkness and fettered with the bonds of a long night, laid their exiled from the eternal providence.
Read on.
For while they supposed to lie hid in their secret sins, they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions.
Apparitions, it says, for while they supposed to lie, hid in their secret sins, because that's what a lot of our people think, that, nobody's going to see my sins. God sees them. There's nothing that you can do in darkness that will not be brought to light. It says they were scattered under a dark veil of forgetfulness, being horribly astonished and troubled with strange apparitions. Read on.
For neither might the corner they held them kept them from fear, but noise, as of waters falling down, sounded about them, and sad visions operated unto them with heavy consonants. No power of the fire might give them light, neither could the bright flame of the stars endure to lighten the horrible night. Only there appeared unto them a fire kindled of itself, very de- dreadful. For being much terrified, they thought the things which they saw to be worse than the sight they saw not. As for the illusion of art, magic, they were
Mhm.
put down. They were put down, and their vanity in wisdom was reproved with disgrace. For they promised to drive away terror and troubles from the sick soul, were sick themselves of fear, worthy to be laughed at. For though not terrible things did fear them, yet being scared with beasts that passed by and hissing of serpents, they died for fear, denying that they saw the air, which could of no sight be avoided. For wickedness condemned by her own witness is very tumorious, and being pressed with conscience always forecast grievous things. For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the scores which reason of offered.
It says, let me read that again. It says, for fear, because we talked about fear earlier, for fear is nothing else but a betraying of the succors which reason offereth. So if you have the use of reason, you're keeping the commandments, you've got nothing to fear except the Lord. So all these apparitions and things like that that they were seeing, they couldn't sleep well, and a lot of people go through this, or a lot of our people go through this. Verse 11, it says, for wickedness condemned by her own witness is very timorous, and being pressed with conscience always forecasted grievous things. For fear is nothing else but a betraying of the succors which reason offereth. If you don't want to be living in fear, develop the use of reason. And how are you going to do that? By the keeping of the commandments. Let's go ahead and read on.
For um, For whereas they would not believe anything by reason of the enchantment upon the destruction of the firstborn, they acknowledged these people to be the sons of God. For while all things were in quite
Where, where,
silence and
where are you at?
uh,
You should be at
okay,
verse
wrong
13.
13. Okay, I
Yeah.
went there, wrong 13. Uh, and the expectation from within being less counted the ignorance more than the cause which bringeth the torment. But they sleeping the same sleep that night, which was indeed intolerable, and which came upon them out of the bottom of inevitable hell,
Inevitable.
inevitable hell, were partly vexed with monstrous apparitions and partially fainted, their heart failing them, for a sudden fear and not looked for came upon them.
All right, let's go to Sirach 37 and 8 through 16.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 37 and verse 8. Beware of counselors, and know before what need he hath, for he will counsel for himself, lest he cast the lot upon thee.
At the beginning of the lesson, we talked a little bit about counseling. We read the precept that, our people um, look for counsel, but not of the Lord. We go and look for men. And that's what he's telling: beware of a counselor and know before what need he has, for he will counsel for himself, lest he cast the lot upon thee. Because a lot of our people, let's look at the Christian church. I don't want to sound like we're always picking on Christian church, but the majority of our people in the Christian churches, and these things are going on. A man and woman are married. They may be having, some issues. And the husband says, you know what? Why don't you go talk to Pastor so and see what he says about this? And sends the wife alone. The husband not being aware of what need the pastor has or what's in his mind. Doesn't really truly know what's in the heart of the man. And so now, next thing he knows, his wife is going into the pastor, getting counsel from the pastor alone. And then he goes in and gets counseling from the pastor alone. And he not knowing that the pastor is setting him up so that he can mess with his wife. And next thing you know, you hear these situations where pastor is messing with the dude's wife. And the dude is not even, he's oblivious to it because he didn't take the time to know what needs the pastor had. He didn't know what's going on in the mind of the pastor at all. For he will counsel for himself. Or it could be somebody goes to someone else. You're like, oh man, I'm thinking about getting involved in this business deal. You go to this, person to get some counsel, and they see an opportunity for themselves. And they tell you, like, you know what? Oh man, that's risky. I wouldn't do it if I were you. But then they turn around and they go make the investment themselves and collect, the money from it. You see these kind of things happen. So he's telling, beware of a counselor and know before what need he hath, for he will counsel for himself, lest he cast a lot upon thee. You got to be careful who you tell your secrets to, who you go and look for advice from. Go ahead and go to verse 9.
Verse 9. And say unto thee, thy way is good, and afterward he stand on the other side to see what shall befall thee.
And that happens a lot too. You may, have a good friend that you may have, and you go and say, man, I don't know what's going on with my baby's mom, man. Her other baby's daddy is always tripping, man. I don't know what I should do. And he's just like, you know what, man? The next time he come, I'll just bomb on him. I wouldn't take that. I wouldn't take it. But he doesn't know that secretly in his heart, he really wants his woman for himself. So the next time the other baby daddy come and they sit there fighting and bombing on each other, maybe somebody pulls a knife or a gun and they really get into it. Somebody gets hurt, somebody get killed. The other one end up in jail, and now she got nobody. And now here he is free to come in and slide right up. So he just stands back to see what happens. Let me see what happens. Yeah, it's good. I would just confront him. And then just step back. This is going to be good. Let me see what happens. You see that happen all the time. Verse 10.
Consult not with one that suspected thee, and hide thy counsel from such as envy thee.
This is a heavy one also. Consult not with one that suspected thee, and hide thy counsel from such as envy thee. You are going to find a lot of times, whether it's in friendships, work relationships, school relationships, and that goes for young and old, that even sometimes in family dynamics, family relationships, that you got to be careful who you consult with and who you go to counsel with, because you may have people in your own friend group, your own family dynamic, your own work group, or what have you that could have envy of you. They could secretly be jealous of you in ways. And you go to them for advice, and they're purposely giving you advice. I mean, wrong advice or bad advice. And then you keep wondering, like, man, how come these things keep happening to me? And then one day you finally wake up and realize, like, you know what? They've been gaslighting me all this time. They've been messing with me. They've been telling me to do this, do that, and then they just sit back and, you know what I mean, and tell them the way that I'm going is good. They don't really have my best interest at heart. You gotta be aware of that. Read verse 11.
Neither consult with a woman touching her own whom she is jealous.
So it says, neither consult with a woman touching her of whom she is jealous. You have that a lot in women friend groups. That, in fact, that's what happened to the one lady that went to Mexico on vacation with her friend. With her friends, she went to Mexico. She knew that these people had somewhat of a envy and jealousy of her. And next thing you know, she came home in a box. She got beat up. It was videotaped. She died. They lied to her mother, and they're still walking free. Go ahead and read.
Neither with a coward in matters of war, nor with a merchant concerning exchange, nor with a buyer of selling, nor with an envious man of thankfulness, nor with an unmerciful man touching kindness, nor with the slothful for any work, nor with any hireling for a hireling for a year of finishing work, nor with an idle servant for much business. Hearken not upon these in any matter of counsel.
Read on.
But be continually with a ease to keep the commandments of the Lord.
Read that again. But be continually with what?
Be continually with I don't know.
It should say, but be continually with a godly man, whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Lord.
Right. But be continually with a godly man whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Lord, whose mind is according to thy mind, and will sorrow with thee if thou shalt miscarry.
And this is one of the things that you hear me talk about all the time, because as we're doing class and I'm watching people jump in and jump off, you can tell somebody gets offended by something and they don't stick around to hear the rest of the lesson, to get edification from it. It says, but be continually with a godly man, whom thou knowest to keep the commandments of the Lord. Because that's also going to be a way to help you learn the use of reason. Being around godly men that do what? That have the use of reason, or they know how to reason. Why would you want to be around a group of, I'm sorry to put it this way, NIGGAs, a bunch of niggas that don't know anything? Why would you want to be around them? Whose mind is according to thy mind, and will sorrow with thee if thou shalt miscarry. Why would you want to be around a group of people or a bunch of people Oh, that was weird. Why would you want to be around a bunch of people or a group of people who doesn't have the same thought process as you? You're thinking about going home, spending time with your wife on the Sabbath day on a Friday night, and all they're thinking about is going to the club on Friday night. What do you have in common with them? Nothing. Nothing at all. They're thinking about, going to gamble, and your mind is, on the law of the Most High, that you're going to keep his commandments and you're going to use your money to take care of your family. What do you have in common with this person? Nothing. Let's go ahead and move on. Read on verse 13.
And let the counsel of thine own heart stand, for there is no man more faithful unto thee than it. For a man's mind is sometime one to tell him more than 7 watchmen that sit above and on a high tower.
15 and
And above
16.
and above all this, pray to the Most High that He will direct thy way in truth. Let reason go before every enterprise, and counsel before every action.
Let reason go before every enterprise and counsel before every action. In other words, before you make a decision on doing anything, always take the time to use reason. Before you quit that job, take the time to, because a lot of, and you see it, a lot of our people don't know how to control their emotions and get mad about something at work and just quit on the spot. Or they do what's called quiet quitting nowadays. They just slowly start, pulling away and calling in sick and not showing up on time and doing little dumb things that they think is hurting the company, but it's actually hurting them, because at some point they say, you know what, we can't use you. You got to go. That's not using reason. You're letting your emotions get the best of you. And that goes whether it's work related, it could be relationship related, husband and wife dynamic. Think before you make any decision. You read a lot about situations where husband and wife, you know what I mean? They share money together. They, share bills and, try and take care of the household. And then either the wife or the husband, one of them gets greedy and secretly starts either hiding money from the other one or going and spending the money from the other one without the other one knowing. You know what I mean? You don't ever do anything without using reason. How is my husband, how is my wife going to feel if I go spend this money on this, and that? And the main thing you hear about is, women mad because their husbands be going out wasting money buying video games, buying, alcohol, spending money on drugs, on dumb things. And next thing they're like, wait a minute, I thought we had X amount of dollars in the bank. Where'd it go? What happened? They're like, I went and bought that, $700 new Xbox. I've been waiting for it to come out. I was going to tell you about it. It's crazy.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's just like, sit down, use reason before you do it. I've read stories where husbands have gone online and got involved in day trading without telling their wife. And next thing they know, they've blown thousands of dollars of their savings because they didn't know what they were doing by day trading. And next thing they know, they got to go to their wife and be like, you know what, baby, well, we're in a little bit of trouble. And they're like, what happened? I was, day trading, I just knew I could do it. And I lost all the money. How foolish would you have to be? You know what I mean? It's just like, that's not using reason. Let reason go before every enterprise. Before you go open that business, use reason. Before you, like I said earlier, quit that job, use reason. In every decision that you make. That's why it says, and counsel before every action. Before you go rob that bank, use reason. Before you go buy them drugs or go sell them drugs, use reason. before you make the decision to go get up on that pole and dance. Use reason, get counsel. How is this going to affect you? How is this going to affect your family, affect your kids? How is it going to affect your kids 10 years from now when all the kids at school find out that mom's got an OnlyFans page? Because you hear the stories too about these school teachers that are getting fired because the school is finding out they got a secret OnlyFans page and they get fired. And then they're like, oh, well, I didn't need the job anyway because I'm making more money doing this. It's just the mindset of people nowadays. They've got no kind of no shame at all. All right, let's go to Psalms 14 and 1 through 4. Seriously, when you step back and look at Israel as a whole, you come to understand why the scriptures say that we are children without the use of reason, which goes directly in line with everything that we read in 4th Maccabees. All right, go ahead.
The book of Psalms, chapter 14 and verse 1. The fool has said in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. The Lord looketh down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there were any that did understand and seek God. They are all gone aside. They are all together become filthy. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Have all the workers of iniquity no knowledge, who eat up my people as they eat bread, and call not upon the Lord?
So he's telling us the fool hath said in his heart there is no God, because there are a lot of our people that are caught up in witchcraft and sorcery and the Kemetic community and all kinds of crazy stuff now, believing in the power of the Ankh and caught up in all kinds of idolatrous practices. And they say that God is fake, Christ is fake, there is no God. But the scriptures tell us the fool had said in his heart there is no God. But the scriptures are also right, because when you step back and evaluate the people that say this, it tells us they are corrupt. They have done abominable works. There is none that doeth good. And you see that these so-called atheists, that, people that proclaim themselves to be atheists and they don't believe in the Bible, they don't believe in God. When you look at how they live their lives, you see that in most cases, they're very wicked and corrupt people. All right, let's go to Jeremiah 4 and 22. Let's speed it up a little bit. We're almost done.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 4 and verse 22. For my people is foolish. They have not known me. They are sottish children, and they have none understanding. They are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge.
So we're reading all the reasons why Israel is showing themselves to be children without the use of reason. One of the reasons, again, here's another one. For my people is foolish. God's people are very foolish. He says they have not known me. They are sottish children, and they have none understanding. How many lessons do we continue to do that all you hear about is wisdom, knowledge, understanding? They've got no knowledge, no understanding. Wisdom, 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 knowledge, 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 understanding, understanding. You keep hearing the same words over and over and over again. All of this is because our people do not have the use of reason, cannot control their emotions, cannot control their urges, and it gets us into trouble. Let's go to Sirach 24 and 23 through 24. Because earlier we said that this whole book is the heritage that God gave us. Let's prove it.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 24 and verse 23. All these things are the book of the covenant of the Most High God, even the law which Moses commanded for an inheritance unto the congregation of Jacob. Faint not to be strong in the Lord, that he may confirm you. Cleave unto him, for the Lord Almighty is God alone, and besides him there is no other Savior.
says all these things are the book of the covenant of the Most High God. Everything written in here is the covenant of the Most High God that he made with his people, the chosen people of Israel. It says, even the law which Moses commanded for an heritage unto the congregations of Jacob. You so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, this book is your heritage. All the writings from cover to cover is meant for you. It is the heritage that has been given to you by the Most High God, and you need to embrace it. Stop running away from it. Running away from it hasn't done us any good. Turning to Islam hasn't done us any good. Turning to all these different denominations of the Christian churches has not done us any good. Turning to Buddhism hasn't done us any good. Confucianism hasn't done us any good. None of it. Faint not to be strong in the Lord, that he may confirm you. Cleave unto him, for the Lord Almighty is God alone, and beside him there is no other Savior. There's nothing else, no one else that is going to be able to save us out of the condition that we're in. Let's go to Romans 7:18 through 25.
The book of Romans, chapter 7 and verse 18. For I know that in me, that is in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing.
Because
For to
remember,
will,
we're telling you, we're trying to show you that reasoning is in your inner thoughts. Everything we're going over right now is to show you and prove to you that reasoning is in your inner thoughts. That's why he says, for I know that in me, that is in my flesh, dwelleth no good thing. Read.
for to will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good, I find not.
For to will is present with me, but how to perform that which is good, I find not. Perform what that's good? The law is good. The commandments are good. Go ahead and read.
Right. It says, for the good that I would, I do not, but the evil which I would not, that I do.
For the good that I would, I do not. So the good things like keeping the commandments that you would want to do, you don't do it. But the evil which I would not, that I do. But the evil thoughts that go through your head that you would rather not do, that's what you end up doing. Go ahead and read.
Now, if I do that I would not, it is not more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me.
So that thing that it's talking about that I would not is talking about evil, because in verse 19, but the evil which I would not, that I do. Now he's saying, now if I do that, I would not. What's the that? Evil. Evil. Now, if I do that, I'll replace the that with evil. Now, if I do evil, I would not. It is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. It's the sin that dwelleth inside of you that causes you to do the evil that you do. Go ahead and read.
I find then a law that when I would do good, evil is present with me.
So he's letting you know what that was that he was talking about. It is evil. I find in a law that when I would do good, evil is present with me. Go ahead.
For I delight in the law of God after the inward man.
After the what man?
Inward man.
After the inward man, because reasoning is in your inner thoughts. Reasoning is you changing the inward man. That's why it says, for I delight in the law of God after the inward man. Read.
But I see another law in my members, warring against the law of my mind.
Warring against the law of my mind. So I see another law of my members warring against the law of my mind. Read.
And bringing me into captivity to the law of sin which is in my members. O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from the body of this death? I thank God through Jesus Christ our Lord. So then, with the mind, I myself serve the law of God, but with the flesh, the law of sin.
So then, with the mind, I myself serve the law of God, but with the flesh, the law of sin. So, what are you going to do? Are you going to live in the spirit? Are you going to walk after the spirit? Or are you going to walk after the flesh? That's the choice you have to make. Are you going to be someone that has the use of reason? Or are you going to be someone that doesn't? Are you going to use reason before every enterprise? Let's go to Romans 8 and 1 through 11. It's a simple concept, but our people run away from it. Go ahead.
The book of Romans, chapter 8 and verse 1. There is therefore now no command, no condemnation.
There
Condemnation.
is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus. Go ahead and read it again.
There is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit.
Who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. Christ walked after the Spirit. He didn't walk after the flesh. Read.
For the law of the Spirit of life in Christ Jesus had made me free from the law of sin and death. For what the law could not do, in that it was weak through the flesh, God sending his own Son is in the likeness of sinful flesh, and for sin, condemned sin in the flesh,
Read on.
that the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit.
That the righteousness of the law might be fulfilled in us, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you Israelites, who walk not after the flesh, but after the Spirit. Read.
For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh, but they that are after the Spirit, the things of the Spirit.
For they that are after the flesh do mind the things of the flesh. So you Israelites that walk after the flesh, your mind is on things of the flesh. It says, but they that are after the Spirit, the things of the Spirit. Again, it goes back to your inner thoughts. Reasoning is in your inner thoughts. Are you spiritually minded or are you fleshly minded? Are you carnally minded or are you spiritually minded? Read verse 6.
For to be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace.
For to be carnally minded is death. That's why we got to make sure we are aware of our emotions, aware of our thoughts, aware of the things that our heart are set on. To be carnally minded is death, but to be spiritually minded is life and peace. Read on.
Because the carnal mind is enmity against God, for it is not subject to the law of God, neither indeed can it be.
Because the carnal mind is enmity against God. It's the enemy of God. A carnal minded person is the enemy of God, for it is not subject to the law of God. So a carnal mind is not subject to the law of God. It says neither indeed can be. It can't be, because they're contrary to one another. You can't walk in the flesh and walk in the Spirit at the same time. You got to choose. You got to do either or. You can't be lukewarm. Go ahead and read.
So then they that are in the flesh cannot please God.
So then they that are in the flesh cannot please God. If you're walking after the flesh, there is no way in the world you can please God. You're not getting the kingdom. Read.
But ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit. If so be that the Spirit of God dwelleth in you. Now, if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his.
So if you don't have the Spirit of Christ dwelling within you, he's got nothing to do with you. That's why it says he is none of his. Now, if any man have not the Spirit of Christ, he is none of his. He's got nothing to do with you. Go ahead.
And if Christ be in you, the body is dead because of sin, but the spirit is life because of the righteousness. But if the spirit of him that raised up Jesus from the dead dwell in you, he that raised up Christ from the dead shall also quicken your mortal body by his spirit that dwelleth in you.
That's what it means to quicken, to be made alive. But if the spirit of him that raised up Jesus from the dead dwell in you, he that raised up Christ from the dead shall also quicken your mortal bodies by his spirit that dwelleth in you. He will raise you from the dead, just like he did Christ. But in order to receive that promise, what do you have to do? You have to keep the commandments. You have to endure till the end. No, see, you got a lot of Christians running around talking about, I'm saved. I'm saved. I got baptized. People getting dunked in the water and coming up out of the water and still a sinner. Going to the water a thief, they get dunked and come right back up a thief. They go in a shooter, hardcore gangster, and come back up still a gangster. Go in an adulterer, come right back up an adulterer. Nothing's changed. And then they still go sit in church every Sunday. But Monday through Saturday, still out there doing the same old things they were doing in the world as before. Why? Because they haven't cleared their conscience. That's what especially Christians and even some of our Israelite brothers don't understand. It is a battle for your conscience, for your mind. Reasoning is in your inner thoughts. Let's go to Titus 1:15 through 16.
The book of Titus, chapter 1 and verse 15. Unto the pure all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is no thing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled. They profess that they know God, but in works they denied him, being abominable and disobedient, and unto every good work reprobate.
So, as it says, unto the pure, all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. To those people whose minds are defiled, they're unbelieving, meaning that their mind is full of wickedness, is full of evil. All those things that we read about in Mark 7:21, all those evil things, that's what their mind is full of. The works of the flesh. It's not in the lesson. Grab Galatians 5:19. I should have put it in here.
The book of Galatians, chapter 5 and verse 19. Now the works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: adultery, fornication, uncleanness, lasciviousness, idolatry, witchcraft, hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envying, murder, drunkenness, reveling, and such like, of the which I tell you before, as I have also told you in time past, that they which do such things shall not inherit the kingdom of God.
It's those that do such things. In other words, their minds are defiled and not pure. They're not going to receive the kingdom. Unto the pure, all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure, but even their mind and conscience is defiled. They're walking in the ways of the flesh. They are being carnally minded. And remember, we just read that to be carnally minded is enmity against God. They profess that they know God, but in works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient, and unto every good work reprobate. In other words, they're not doing nothing that Christ said. Didn't Christ say, why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things that I say? What is it? Is that John 6, I think it is? Let me look it up. Or is it Luke 6?
I think it's God.
He's like John 6 and 40 something. take so long?
Not everyone to say it unto me, Lord, Lord.
No, that's Matthew 7. I'm looking for
Which
the. I think it's in John 6 that says, "Why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things that I say?" Oh, it's Luke 6:46. I was thinking it was John. It's Luke 6:46.
the book of Luke, chapter 6, and verse 46. And why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say?
So you have to be keeping the commandments. You got to be doing the things that he told us to do. And why call ye me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? Grab Matthew 15:7.
The book of Matthew, chapter 15, and verse 7. Ye hypocrites, well did Isaiah prophesied of you, saying, this people draweth nigh unto me with their mouth, and honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. But in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
A lot of our people don't realize that they're worshiping Christ for nothing. As he says, but in vain they do worship me, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men. All of these pagan holidays, all of this idolatry that our people are caught up in, both physical idols and spiritual idolatry. Idolatry of the heart, which is idolatry of the mind, which is what we're going over right now. If you want more in depth, again, watch our video on Commandment 1. But again, Titus 1:15-16, unto the pure all things are pure, but unto them that are defiled and unbelieving is nothing pure. But even their mind and conscience is defiled. They profess that they know God, but in works they deny him, being abominable and disobedient unto every good work, reprobate. Don't be that person. Plain and simple. Let's go to James 1:12-15.
The book of James, chapter 1, and verse 12. Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord hath promised to them that love him. Let no man say when he is tempted, I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempted he any man. But every man is tempted when he is drawn away of his own lust and enticed. Then when lust hath conceived, it bringeth forth sin. And sin, when it is finished, bringeth forth death.
All right, let's go to Sirach 27:3-5.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 27, and verse 3. A good wife is a good portion.
Sirach 27:3.
27. I was on 26. The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 27, and verse 3. Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house shall soon be overthrown. As when one sifted with a sheaf, the refuse remaineth so, the filth of a man in his talk.
It says, so the filth of man is in his talk. The filth of man in his talk.
Right.
You got to remember the things that you say. Because you listen to some of these men talk, you hear some filthy, derogative, I don't know if that's a word, but some crazy stuff that comes out of their mouths. Go ahead and read.
The furnace proveth the potter's vessel, so the trial of man is in his reasoning.
So the trial of man is in his reasoning. You're going to be untried, or put on trial. You're going to go through trials, and it's going to be everything about your reasoning. Your reasoning is in your inner thoughts. What do you have crawling through your mind? What kind of thoughts you got floating in your mind from day to day, hour to hour, minute to minute? Is your mind constantly on wickedness and evil thoughts, or are you constantly meditating upon the words of the Lord? That you got to ask yourself. We got to be no more children that are without the use of reason. We've got to teach our people how to use reason, how to reason, why they need to reason. Because that's what's going to keep our people out of trouble, following these commandments, following the law. Let's go to Philippians 4 and 8.
The book of Philippians, chapter 4 and verse 8. Finally, brethren, whatsoever things are true, whatsoever things are honest, whatsoever things are just, whatsoever things are pure, whatsoever things are lovely, whatsoever things are of good report, if there be any virtue and if there be any praise, think on these things.
Think on those things. And let's go to Ecclesiastes 12 and 13 through 14.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 12 and verse 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For God shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
And with that, we're going to say shalom. Most High in Christ blessed. Enjoy the rest of the Sabbath day. And we shall see you next Sabbath. Shalom.